Get huge, but they did.
And they nailed it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all so much for staying with us here for this hour. Good Day Orlando Extra, and we're going to do it right back here, same time, same place tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to let you know some of what we have coming up for you on the show today. NASCAR driver William Byron is going to join us here on Fox 35 News Plus later in the hour. This is Daytona weekend coming up, the summer race, the Wawa 250 on Friday in the Xfinity Series, the Cup Series race, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 on Saturday night. We're going to talk with him about that in just a little bit. Mayor Buddy Dyer delivering the State of the City address. We're also tracking some breaking news in Seminole County where a suspect in connection with a sexual assault on Seminole-Wekiva Trail has been taken into custody. But I want to get you live now to Manatee County, where the sheriff there is getting ready to give an update on the case involving missing 18-year-old Giovanni Peltier, who has been found dead in a retention pond. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The trail picking up Giovanni, who's in Charlotte County, and taking him back to Brevard County, where Latrell lives. They're trying to figure out the details. At 5:41 p.m., Latrell texts that he's going to have to use his grandmother's car, which is a white Malibu. At 8:30, they're still texting each other. They text about smoking weed. Giovanni says, I haven't had a smoke in a while because the court stuff going on in North Carolina. And he goes on to say, I definitely need a smoke. At 10:08 p.m., Latrell, Jalen Washington, and Zachary Cummings start heading toward Charlotte County. Zach Cummings is the driver of the white Malibu at the time. During interviews, Latrell tells detectives that not long into the drive, they start smoking weed in the car, and Giovanni starts tripping. They stop the car at an unknown location along River Road before they got to I-75 because Giovanni needed to use the bathroom. Latrell says that Giovanni is acting out and raging before getting back into the car. They continue driving north on I-75, and at this point, They're about 26 miles away south of State Road 70. At 1:55 a.m., Giovanni sends his mother a text saying help. At 1:56 a.m., he sends another message that says help, followed by me. Jalen says Giovanni was tripping, telling them, I am a demon, and I will wreck this car, and says he will kill them all as he tries to open up the door while the car is still moving. This happens while they're in Manatee County, close to State Road 70. Zachary, the driver, pulls the car over onto the side of the road on the shoulder, the northbound I-75 on the east shoulder of State Road 70. Jalen and Zach are in the front seats, and they hear that Giovanni has a knife. And we know that he always carried a knife. He had two knives. He had a folding pocket knife, and he had a blade, but this knife was still in the sheath, never took it out. They say that Giovanni gets out of the car and begins running southbound in the southbound lanes of I-75. They see him in the middle of the northbound lanes and almost get hit by a truck. This is the last time they see him. He left behind his backpack and cell phone, so they took that and placed it onto the side of State Road, or I-75 at State Road 70 at the entrance ramp on the east side. At 2:26 a.m., Latrell calls his grandfather to let the grandfather know that Giovanni got out of the car. At 2:27, Latrell calls Bridget, Giovanni's mother, but there's no answer. We know that they continue northbound on I-75. We have them stopping at the Flying J truck stop in Hillsborough County off the I-4, and you can tell by their phones that they eventually make it home to Brevard County. At approximately 6:50 a.m., Latrell calls Bridget again. She answers, and he gives her the information on what transpired that night. At 7:13, Bridget calls the Manatee County Sheriff's Office to look for Giovanni on I-75. She says, from the 911 call that we collected, I received some missed calls from my son this morning. He was being picked up by a relative, and I was told that they left him on the side of the highway, that there was some type of an altercation and a knife was involved. She asked if a deputy could do a wellness check and make sure that he's okay. The dispatcher responds, you mentioned a possible altercation, but can you tell me again exactly what happened? She states, so I'm getting this from people who were there. He said they were in the car, and I guess they had given my son some weed, and my son doesn't normally do any drugs. I guess they had given him some weed, and then he started to freak out and said he wanted to get out of the car. And they were like, hey, just calm down, thinking maybe it was the drugs he was taking. They kept saying, calm down, and everything will be okay. And then I guess he got out of the car to go to the bathroom, and that's when I received the text saying, Mom, help, in that time frame, she said. And then he said that he continued to freak out and didn't know what was going on. They left him behind on I-75. Bridget is heading northbound on I-75 to try to locate her son. A deputy responds to that area, but finds no pedestrian on the interstate. At 7:21, a truck driver who was checking the load on his truck, it's a sod truck, pulls off in that same area on the east side of I-75, northbound, sees the backpack, picks it up. He travels to Tampa with the backpack. Bridget sees that the phone is moving, but does not know that it's a truck driver that actually has the bag and has the phone. She eventually calls Tampa PD, and an officer responds to the area where the truck driver was doing some work, recovers the cell phone and the bag. This is about 9:21 when TPD recovers the phone and the bag. At 9:28, Charlotte County Sheriff's Office opened a missing person case. And we also learned that Charlotte County reached out to Brevard County Sheriff's Office, and they were instrumental in interviewing all the passengers in the vehicle and as this investigation unfolded. They voluntarily give Brevard County the vehicle, the white Malibu that they were in. Brevard County processes the vehicle and finds no foul play, no blood, nothing, no evidence whatsoever inside that vehicle. Charlotte County reaches out to us once again to check to see if Giovanni had been admitted to any hospitals or possibly was arrested. And there was no sign of Giovanni in our system. On Monday, August 4th, Charlotte County requests the assistance of the Manatee County Sheriff's Office as they search the area that the trail says they dropped off Giovanni on I-75. They do an extensive search east of the interstate in wooded areas on both sides of State Road 70 and find nothing. On Tuesday, August 5th, Charlotte County comes back to Manatee County along with a volunteer team that have good cadaver dogs. Also, the Charlotte County Aviation Unit was flying overhead. We had 3 of our detectives assisting them with searching the areas that they wanted to search that day. After about 4.5 hours, they told our detectives that they're not really sure that Giovanni is in this area. Now, why is that important? We know that he got out of the car on River Road before he got onto I-75. So as investigators, they're starting to think maybe he never made it to State Road 70. Now, I can't speak for the Charlotte County detectives. I can't speak for Sheriff Promell. But they know the backpack was there, but there's no sighting of Giovanni in that area at this time. So Charlotte County is still searching, and they're searching hard in the area of River Road and I-75. But we know that that's not where he was at. On Friday, August 8th, at about 3:15 p.m., Manatee County Sheriff's Office receives a call about a body located in a pond right off of I-75 at the exit ramp to State Road 70. We learned that a friend of the family had been searching the area and had located the body. I sent my entire homicide team out there along with their sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and major to process this scene. The medical examiner investigator also responds to help with the processing of the body. We do a deep x-ray, a scan of the body. The ME does that night. There's no signs of any trauma to the body. There's no indication that he was shot. There's no indication that he was stabbed. There's nothing at that time that helps us determine cause of death. On Saturday, August 9th, detectives and crime scene techs go back out to the scene. They conduct another thorough investigation of the area, search of the area. Our drone unit also flew over the pond and the surrounding area, but didn't find anything of any value. On Sunday, the District 12 medical examiner performed an autopsy of the body. Preliminary indication was no signs of trauma or foul play, but the cause of death is still undetermined. On August 11th, my dive team goes back out to the pond to search it once again to make sure that we did not miss anything in the initial searches. They find nothing. We're trying to pinpoint exactly where Giovanni got out of the car. That's our main focus. my detectives reach out to Brevard County, who help us reach out to Giovanni's cousin, Jalen, Latrell, and Zach, and we request that they interview again with us. They do so freely. We respond to Brevard County, and we interview the three. They give us the exact same story that they gave Brevard County. They also agreed to come back to Manatee County to help us pinpoint exactly where they pulled off the side of the road and where Giovanni got out of the car. So that brings us to today. We started reviewing all of the FDOT cameras in the area. This is complicated at times because these cameras, they will move at certain parts of the day. They're not always focused on one particular area. So we started to do our best to locate any movement whatsoever that would give us an indication that Giovanni was alive at that time. And we found Giovanni at about 2:18 a.m. on the night in question on I-75, and we want to show that video now. It's difficult to see at first, so bear with us.
Sir.
Yep. This is the 44th Avenue camera, located about 1.2 miles north of State Road 70. Right here, it's hard to tell, but you can see some movement over here on these are the southbound lanes. He's coming across right here. You see a truck having to get out of the way. He'll clear up a little bit here in a second. He has on a white shirt. You can see him coming across. Here's the truck trying to avoid hitting him. And you can point him out right here. He's coming eastbound. Now he's walking back westbound, and there's a concrete barrier right here, and down here is where the pond is. So then we continue to check cameras, and we get lucky at a Lowe's, which is located on the west side of State Road 70. We have a camera that's pointing at the embankment now that he comes down at 2:19 a.m. Play that, Ben. And I want you to stay focused right here. Now that's a steep embankment. It's coming down there almost an uncontrollable sprint. If you've ever gone down a hill, you know what I'm talking about. But the pond is right here at the edge of that embankment. I mean, the important thing that I want you to see, there's no one chasing him. There's no one around him. In fact, when he's coming down that embankment, the vehicle is 2 miles away. So there's no one in this area with Giovanni. There's no one that's chasing him. He's by himself. And what we don't know is what happened when he hit that pond. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. The death is undetermined. So we know that we don't have anyone that that comes down that embankment after him. They don't look for him. He's there, we believe, until he was located by the family friend on Friday, the 8th. We really don't know what happened once he got into the pond. And once again, I think anything that I say would be pure speculation. We're still waiting for the ME to determine the cause of death, and we're also still waiting for the toxicology. So we don't have all the answers. We know this is the last sighting of him that night. Do you have any questions? Anything you want to ask?
Have your family reviewed this footage and your timeline and everything?
I think Bridget just is here now. I think that, I don't know if she's reviewed the video. I know the detectives were on their way, but she's here. She's here now.
Sheriff Wells, could you remind me again, were all three individuals in the car, are they all cousins of Giovanni?
No, I know Latrell is a cousin, and I think that Zach is definitely not, and I think that Jalen's just a good friend.
Okay, so Zach and Jalen are good friends.
Yeah.
Was the driver of the car, was he under the influence?
Not that we know of.
Okay.
We have no indication.
Okay.
Sheriff, can you talk about, we know that Charlotte County was the lead investigative agency in this. How hard is that when Manatee County was just a stop and we don't know at that point so early on that his actions?
Yeah, I mean, our detectives were working with them, and Charlotte County was keeping us up to date. And, you know, we searched with them on that, on the 4th and the 5th. A lot of time was spent on the east side. And even though the helicopter was flying the entire area, you know, they were really focused on that east side. And it's heavily wooded, it's wet, and they believe that that's where he would have gone. And we have no reason to dispute that. And I think that, you know, they did exactly what we would do. They're searching. They know that River Road is also, because when they're searching in Manatee, they're also searching River Road. So they're parallel. Everybody's searching in both areas. Because those are the two areas of concern.
Sheriff Wells, you mentioned that there were possibly drugs involved. Were those drugs sort of found and tested for anything else?
When the vehicle was processed by Brevard, there was still some marijuana residue in there. I don't know if they analyzed that or not.
Sheriff, so at this point, is anyone charged with anything?
No.
Could anyone be charged given that drugs were involved?
We don't have any way of proving who smoked what. We don't know who was smoking in their car, so I would say no. I mean, really the focus right now is to see what comes back from toxicology. Is there going to be something that alerts us to another drug that we don't know about? Any more questions? Yes.
I know you said you didn't want to speculate, but is the thinking maybe it was some kind of different weed, synthetic marijuana, he had a bad reaction, became paranoid, and then accidentally, stumbled down the hill and drowned?
Well, I don't want to speculate because I don't think that's fair to the family. I don't know what happened. So I want to wait for the toxicology report to come back to see if there was something in there that's alarming that points to something more that we need to investigate.
Can you talk about, too, I know we as reporters know, but can you tell the public just how long the toxicology report takes to come back?
I mean, sometimes they can take up to 2 months or longer. I mean, we are asking them to rush it, and we would like to get them back sooner than later. I just don't know how long that's going to take.
I know there was some concern that because of the conditions of life that had been there for so long, that the toxicology report might not be complete and they might not be able to get a full picture. Is that still the thinking, or?
I know that they were able to get a sample. I don't know how good that sample is going to be. But they did get a sample, and they sent that off to be analyzed. Anything else?
One more.
Yep.
Is it possible he got clipped by the vehicle, and maybe it doesn't show that, but he was hurt and then went down the hill?
We can only go by the medical examiner's report that it doesn't indicate that there were any injuries to the body. I mean, we know he was very close to being hit, a couple of times, but we didn't see any trauma to the body, and I don't think the ME did as well.
Thank you.
And it sounds like with this, just from hearing you talk and from hearing other stuff from Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, or Brevard County Sheriff's Office, those in Brevard have been fully cooperative.
They were very cooperative with Brevard and with us, and like I said, they came back to Manatee County on their own to help us pinpoint where they pulled off on the side of I-75.
There's been a lot of speculation online, change.org petition. Are you hoping that this timeline, this video, will sort of quash any rumors out there in terms of what might have actually happened, or calls for outside agencies to get involved in the investigation?
Listen, we work for the family. Our job is to give them the information on what we believe happened. I don't focus on outside interference. If anyone else wants to review this case, they can do so. Anything else? All right, thank y'all.
Manatee County Sheriff Rick Walls giving an update on the case of the death of Giovanni Pelletier, who had been reported missing. There was a days-long search for him. He was eventually found in a retention pond, dead. The cause of death still undetermined at this time. We heard the sheriff talk about still waiting on the toxicology report to come back. But some of the video that was shown in this news conference just a little bit ago showed him in the middle of the interstate, also running down an embankment leading to that retention pond where his body was eventually found. The sheriff says that he and the others were smoking weed inside a car when Giovanni began acting erratically, eventually getting out of the car, and then leading to some of what we saw on the video. Still a lot of questions about what happened when he got to that pond. You heard the sheriff raise those questions and say he's not going to speculate, but certainly many questions still remain. But this today really kind of pieces together a timeline and a much fuller picture of what happened that led to Giovanni's disappearance and eventual death. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this, so keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer, who just moments ago walked off the stage giving his State of the City address, now speaking with reporters. And let's go ahead and listen in here.
So we are working with our other 5 local government, or other 4, making us the 5th local government partner, and the Florida Department of Transportation to get in a position to make application for federal funding through the FTA. So the construction part of it would be 50% federal, 25% state, and then 25% local. However, the operational would fall to the locals, just as the operation of the current Sunrail 61 miles. But it's a critical connection. We've got to get to the airport and then eventually out to the International Drive area in Disney, and then that will facilitate also allowing Brightline to get to Tampa. So for our transportation future, there's probably nothing more important than that.
On that same note, you guys talked a couple of weeks ago about nights and weekends for Sunrail. Do you think there is going to be support from those other local governments to fund that?
Well, when we go to the airport, we have to go to 24/7 or to nights and weekends and more trains. So I think that will probably end up being the catalyst. There's some chance we might do it before we go to the airport, but I think it's more likely to happen as we go to the airport.
Mayor, speaking of housing, that was a big topic today, and you mentioned the Orlando's Unlock initiative. Can you talk about that?
So that's just a combination of everything that we're doing to facilitate the ease of creating more housing. We know that we're at a huge housing deficit. You've seen the price of every level of housing, from rent in a basic apartment all the way to the $1 million homes going up and making units unaffordable to young families. So we're doing things like expediting permitting, easing zoning regulations, looking at whether we have as much parking as we've had in the future, and combining a lot of things. Will now, plats, for instance, won't necessarily have to come to city council anymore. They can be done administratively. So we're just incorporating all of that into that term.
On the environmental initiatives, the funding for powering municipal facilities by 2027 that apparently will happen. What did you make within the Doge letter a couple weeks ago that they seem to be taking an interest in that goal of yours and then delivering it ahead of schedule?
It's still our goal. As I talked mostly about in the speech, it's fiscally responsible as much as it is environmentally responsible to do things of that nature. So, for instance, we issued what we called at the time a green bond to facilitate the renovation of 60 buildings, and now we generate $2.5 billion in savings every single year, so we can pay off those bonds, and it funded half of the construction cost of the police station.
And is that mostly solar that will be?
Well, no, the renovations were some of it related to solar, but a lot of it was making our buildings more efficient in terms of how much power it takes to run those buildings.
And you touched on public safety and the success the police department has had lately. Why do you think it's so important to continue to provide the funding needed for public safety?
That is the #1 job of any city, is to make sure that your citizens are safe. I think you could ask anybody in the audience out there and they would come up with that exact same answer. But there's been this discussion about property taxes and what does it fund, and property tax growing. I think I just wanted to let everybody know, hey, the property tax we collect doesn't even cover the cost of police and fire, and we are increasing the amount that's going to police and fire this year in excess of what our collections are. So it costs a lot to maintain the number of officers and firefighters and the new equipment we have to get every year. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Mayor, what role does innovation such as technology, clean energy, or life sciences play in shaping the city's economic future?
Well, we've been known primarily as a tourist town, but there are actually as many high-tech jobs as there are tourist jobs in Central Florida. So diversifying our economy, when you ask any elected official what's one of your goals, it's going to be diversifying the economy and having different types of jobs, especially when we have downturns in the economy. So when we had a downturn and we didn't have as many people visiting here, right, some of the jobs in the tourism community left us. But those jobs in the high-tech areas were not affected at all by the downturn in the economy.
Couple more questions?
Yeah, one question. Coming back at the safety and security, I wonder how much
you made it clear that you guys are investing a lot of money on that to make people feel safe, but what do you have to say about the residents that don't feel safe enough due to the lack of police agents, specifically in downtown, or even, you know, the situation with the homeless is also something really interesting, so I wonder what you have to say about it.
Well, we can continue to invest in our OPD and our OFD. The two areas that you mentioned are special things. We have 15,000 people generally on a Saturday night or a Friday night in downtown Orlando, and sometimes they become a little bit more unruly than we would like, but you know that we took additional measures and we've had good success in controlling that crowd the last 6 months or so. In terms of our homeless population, that has grown, but we continue to do everything that we can to help the unfortunate.
But we tell also the residents that decides to go out during the weekends, and sometimes, you know, really bad situations or accidents happen to it, and maybe people hesitate to go and leave and experience a good night out.
Well, I will tell you that all the areas in Orlando are safe.
Mayor, with all the extreme weather lately, how prepared do you think the city is for the future?
We're doing a lot in the area of sustainability and resilience. One of the things that we've been working on is resilience hubs. So we have three different types. We have a mobile resiliency hub that we can take into neighborhoods. We are outfitting our community centers so that they can be resiliency hubs. And then we have smaller things called resiliency tables that are actually being installed in parks where you have solar power and you can come in and plug your phone in and also access the internet.
One more question with Ryan over here.
Mayor, you mentioned some of the development initiatives just in terms of getting some of that additional housing. Are there certain, you know, regulatory roadblocks you're looking to clear in terms of taking that up with council or other things?
So one of the things we're trying to do is expedite the process. So make it quicker to go through the permitting process, make it quicker to get your inspections. You know that at General Appearance we've had folks that have been advocating to doing away with any type of parking requirements. I don't think we're going to go that far, but we are doing things to give incentives and decrease the number of parking spots you have associated with a multifamily project. So we're just looking at innovative ways to make the access to getting something done easier.
Thank you all so much. If anyone didn't get a speech, I have one
Sure.
right here.
DeSantis is in Osceola talking about redistricting. What's your thoughts about?
We're done with the questions for now. Thank you.
It's a national issue. Texas is out there doing it. You knew if Texas was going to do it, Florida would follow suit. So we'll just follow the process.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer speaking there, answering some questions from reporters after giving his State of the City address. You heard him talk there just in his remarks with reporters and answering some questions, talking about the expansion of Sunrail, expansion of Brightline, talking about housing affordability, which we know is a big issue. Also talking about diversifying the economy and talking about the importance of those high-tech jobs and having some jobs outside of the tourist industry here in Orlando. We do want to give you one more quick update before we go to break here, and that is following this potential suspect who is in custody after an alleged sexual assault on the Seminole Wekiva Trail in Altamont Springs yesterday afternoon. Happened at the intersection of 434 and Douglas Avenue. There was a section of trail there, and according to police, there was a man on with one of those electric scooters who tried to sexually batter a woman and pull her through into a wood line there. According to investigators with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, a man matching the description of that suspect was identified this morning and taken into custody. Still no other details on that right now. We don't know names. We don't know if he's facing charges. This was the red shirt that the victim said he had been wearing and then took off before fleeing the scene. So we're continuing to follow this story at this hour. Just wanted to let you know that is what we know at this point. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is the summer NASCAR race weekend at Daytona International Speedway. We are gearing up for the Wawa 250 and the Xfinity Series race on Friday night, and then the Cup Series race on Saturday night. We're talking the Coke Zero Sugar 400, and it's the final race of the regular season. And joining me live now via Zoom is NASCAR Cup Series race car driver William Byron. And William, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus. You locked up the regular season championship over the weekend in Richmond. So how does that feel to be in that position going into this last regular season race?
Yeah, I appreciate it. It feels good to go to Daytona and not have a lot of pressure. So looking forward to getting down there and trying to get another win at Daytona would be awesome. And we're definitely going to be pushing hard for that.
Yeah, does that, having the regular season championship locked up, does that change the strategy at all going into this race on Saturday?
I think for us, it doesn't change much. Just try to go out there and compete for a race win. We don't have to worry too much about points. So just trying to get stage wins and put ourselves in a position to go grab those. But it's, it doesn't change much for us.
Daytona is a track that you have had a lot of success at. We're showing some of that video, back-to-back Daytona 500s. Why do you think you've had so much success at Daytona?
I don't know, honestly. I feel like we've always been fast at Daytona. It's just the results have started to go our way the past couple of years. So it just feels great to be in a position to capitalize on those results. And it's been great to us in the last couple of Februarys for sure.
How is the track different during the daytime and at night? We know this is a night race. The Daytona 500 is an afternoon race, or at least starts in the afternoon. How is the track at Daytona different from an afternoon race to a night race?
I feel like at night it just grips up a little bit more. It has more grip and speed, so you just see more aggressive moves. I think this race is always really aggressive in the summertime. Everyone's trying to get into the playoffs, so yeah, it's going to be pretty wild on Saturday night.
Yeah, what do you expect to see on the track on Saturday night?
Expect to see big blocks and definitely aggressive moves. So I think when you get down to the last 20 laps of the race, it's going to be crazy, the aggression level.
Do you like afternoon races or night races better? As a driver, I'm just curious about what that what that kind of difference is like, and which you prefer, or if you have a preference.
I personally love the night races. I think we could stand to have a few more. I feel like it's the cars look really good under the lights. I thought Richmond looked great on TV. I watched it back this yesterday. So it just I think those races are really exciting for the fans, and especially in the summertime when it's warmer.
Yeah, no doubt about that, especially here in Florida. I agree, though. I love the night races. I think they're a lot of fun. You had a tough stretch for a little bit this summer. How do you turn that around as you get ready for the playoffs now?
I think we've been on that path. We've been running well and just excited to get going at Darlington. Think ready to get going.
Yeah, what are your goals for this season as far as lining yourself up for a championship?
I think it just takes something a little different every round of the playoffs. So try to start out good at Darlington, be fast and up front there, try to win a few stages, and then just keep progressing through the rounds.
What are you most looking forward to this weekend in Daytona, William?
Honestly, just looking forward to getting back there, seeing our Daytona 500 car. That'll be really cool to get a snapshot of, and then just looking forward to the race. I think you guys are in for a good exciting weekend.
Well, William Byron, we really appreciate you taking the time and chatting with us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus. Look forward to seeing you on the track on Saturday night at Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. All right, we are clear. Thank you very much. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, keeping a close eye on our beaches here in Florida because of the impacts of Aaron.
Absolutely. Garrett, this hurricane is going to pass the better part of 1,000 miles away from us, so we won't have any direct impacts, but we are already feeling the wave action, waves between 4 and 5 feet at this midday hour, and they'll generally continue to build through the day, especially as we head into tonight and tomorrow. Aaron right now is kind of hiding behind the shadow, if you will, of the Bahamas, but once it achieves a farther north latitude and it's no longer being blocked by those islands, we'll have a direct shot from the center of the hurricane as far as the wave action goes, and we could easily see these wave heights double, which means that the rip current risk is going to go up even further. Right now, the rip current risk is quite high. I can see a lot of folks in the beach there, knee-deep water. It's recommended you stay out of the water as a swimmer, and only experienced surfers should go in. We've got a very high risk for deadly rip currents. It's the real deal. This is very, very big water. Waves of 3 to 7 feet with building surf. Water's pretty warm, 86-degree water, by the way, just as a side note. But here's the latest on Aaron. Right now, it is weakened thanks to the intrusion of dry air into its northwest quadrant. That's brought it down to a Category 2 hurricane. Winds much lower now than they have been, certainly, in the Hurricane Hunter recon, where they fly into it, has found even weaker winds. So the bottom line is that over the next day or so, it'll stay on the weaker side, still a hurricane and still a strong one, but where you see those yellow colorations, that's dry air being pulled in. Now, the official forecast for the National Hurricane Center is that this will re-intensify as it emerges from the Bahamas, find some slightly more favorable atmospheric conditions, and yet again become a major hurricane, a Category 3, as it passes the latitude, the horizontal line of on the map there around Jacksonville. And that will be the straight shot I was talking about, where the waves come directly from the hurricane, and when our rip current risk and also our coastal erosion potential will be highest at times of high tide. The wind field of the system will also be expanding, and so we're going to see the wind reaching potentially the coast here, like around the Carolinas, Outer Banks of North Carolina, all the way up into the Delmarva Peninsula. That's why it's highlighted in yellow. That's a tropical storm watch. We may even see some of the wind working into southern New England before finally the system moves out to sea, losing its tropical characteristics. But as far as Florida is concerned, the main impacts will be the wave action. And that'll really be the case for much of the U.S. East Coast. 4 to 7 foot waves today, 8 to 12 foot waves tomorrow. You know, some of the beaches may even be closed if the lifeguards determine it's simply too dangerous for swimmers to go out there. All right, let's look at the tropical wind forecast. This does a great job of showing that expanding wind field and the resultant tropical storm force winds reaching the Outer Banks of North Carolina. And in some places, they've already evacuated because they're saying, you know, if you've ever been to the Outer Banks, there's a little highway called Highway 12, and there's literally like 100 feet of sand on both sides. And so they're really worried about overwash and maybe this thing even cutting a whole new pass. And so there wouldn't be a way to get people in and out of there if there's an emergency. So they've asked people to evacuate. Anyway, those winds are going to continue there and finally work through southern New England before departing into the North Atlantic and losing its tropical characteristics on Saturday. Another feature with this system is that it's going to bring in dry air at the mid and upper levels for Florida later today into tomorrow. And what that means is our overall thunderstorm chance will be lower. It's not going to be like a break in the mugginess when you step outside, but at least the thunderstorm coverage won't be quite as extensive. And when it rains, it may not rain quite as hard. But that's a temporary effect because as the system moves out, our rain chances go up and our atmospheric moisture will return for this weekend for more thunderstorms. But look for about a 30 to 40% chance this afternoon. Elsewhere in the tropics, we have to watch out for 2 tropical waves. You can see that orange X in the middle of your screen as well as the yellow X. Both have potential to develop. The National Hurricane Center is saying that the middle one, the one in the middle of the tropical Atlantic, has a medium chance of developing, about a 60% chance as it continues to trek westward into the western Atlantic, and the wave coming off of Africa, a 30% chance. Models are all over the place, but the bottom line is because these are forming a little bit farther south than Aaron did, we're going to have to watch for potential track in the next week and a half to 2 weeks toward the Caribbean and maybe toward the southeast. Well, the cameras right now are featuring sunny conditions and beautiful weather. As far as the afternoon goes, we'll have a flow from the northeast. It'll be breezy today, and we'll see some scattered thunderstorms around between 3 and 5 o'clock, but most of the action after commute time, around dinner time, transitioning west toward the Tampa Bay region and I-75. So again, 30 to 40% chance of rain today, and a 7-day forecast around the Orlando metro region featuring pretty typical temperatures for this time of year. Our average high 92, and we'll be within a degree or two of that throughout the 7-day forecast. 30% chance of rain today and tomorrow, and back to a 60% chance of rain Thursday right on through early next week. So Garrett, you know the phrase dodging a bullet? With Aaron, this is like dodging a cannonball. Problem is we got more of them back into the eastern Atlantic, so we can't let our guard down. The peak of the hurricane season is September 10th, and so we got to be quite weary of what is going on out there in the open waters.
Yeah, still a long way to go. Still a lot to watch. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, I really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, Garrett. My pleasure.
And here's a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. You can see those rough waves, that tough surf that Brooks was talking about. We know it is creating, Hurricane Aaron is creating those rough waves along the shores of Central Florida. Lifeguards are already having to pull people out of the rough surf. It's dangerous for beachgoers in the water, especially if you're not a strong swimmer. Again, this is the live look in Volusia County. Fox 35's Marley Capper was in Brevard County earlier today, talking with officials about how they're dealing with the conditions there.
It's definitely scary, and I think that's why officials are advising people just don't get in the water right now. It's not the time to learn how to surf. Some of these waves are huge, even for the most seasoned surfers, and so that's the advice that I've been hearing from officials. I'd love to introduce you to the Ocean Rescue Chief here. This is Eisen Witcher. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having us. I appreciate your time. So yesterday we saw a 50-year-old who was boogie boarding and had to be rescued because the surf was just too powerful for him. He ended up having some traumatic injuries. Last night he was still in the hospital. We don't quite know the extent of the injuries, so we can't talk about that. But when you hear these stories, what is your advice for people who are wanting to get in the water or maybe trying to surf or boogie board for the first time and these waves are just really powerful?
With the storm out in the Atlantic right now, this may not be the best time for new surfers to go out into the water, so we're urging people to be on the side of caution and just be careful out there.
Definitely. What piece of advice do you have for maybe even the most seasoned surfers? If people get caught in a rip current, what would you tell them?
You definitely want to be around a lifeguard at all times, even if you're just close to a lifeguard. And if you get in any trouble, wave us down and we'll come out and help you.
And then something that you mentioned is just to not underestimate the power of the ocean. You've been around for quite a while. You've seen stuff like this before. You know, if a parent was watching and their kids wanted to go out into the water, you know, during this time, what would you say?
This is definitely not the time to do so. We got to be very careful. The ocean brings a lot of power, rip currents, large surf, and these conditions are going to be around for the next couple of days and even possibly the next few weeks.
Yeah, so something to certainly be aware of. Again, here's another live look of Daytona Beach, and you can see those rough waves, 8 to 12 feet. Some of those breakers that we're seeing, according to Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. Well, we still have a lot to get to on this Fox 35 News Plus, so we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with much more coverage. So keep it here on Fox Local.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon now, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is noon, and we appreciate you joining us here on what has been a busy morning. Over the last hour, we brought you an update on the Giovanni Peltier case. We heard from Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer, and also had NASCAR driver William Byron with us here on Fox 35 News Plus ahead of a big race weekend at Daytona International Speedway. So a busy live hour here, and we've got more to get to that we want to make sure you didn't miss. Governor Ron DeSantis was in St. Cloud in Osceola County earlier today. He was with the Florida Attorney General and the State Education Commissioner as well, talking about legal action about school textbooks. I want to play for you that news conference as we heard from the governor and attorney general just a little bit ago.
Because, like, you know, I know the schools. I've been around to so many in this, and they're like, it just opened last year. I was like, okay, there, you know, but they opened just last year and already are performing, what, number 3 in the state in year 1 as a school. And their the enrollment increase, and I know they're continuing to do well here. So we really thank them for hosting us. And you know, sometimes it's hard to keep up with the Joneses with this school or in this school. It's like really significant, particularly in this part of the state. We're joined today by our Attorney General James Uthmeyer, Florida Education Commissioner Stasi Kamoutsis. I warned the superintendent, you know, everyone be on your best behavior, because if you're not, you get a nasty gram from Stasi. He'll send that out very quickly. We do have our superintendent for Osceola County School District, Dr. Mark Shanoff, and I want to thank him for not just being here today, but being really a great partner on a lot of important things for our students over the years. So thank you for doing that. Jason Broder from the Florida Senate is here, Central Florida. And then we have Representatives Smith, Cobb, and Stark from the Florida House of Representatives. I want to thank them for being here. Before I get into today's announcement, I just want to make some comments. You know, I have been out and about asked, but you know, we had a situation where you had an illegal alien driving one of these massive semi-trucks in Florida, was not a license in Florida, had a California driver's license, of course, and going down the lane, and I think we've all who've driven in Florida, there'll be breaks in these highways where it'll be for official use only, and that's really for the highway patrol and law enforcement to be able to get around and do what they needed to do. Well, this guy thought that he should just try to turn a semi-truck around in that, and of course that doesn't happen on a dime, so you had a car coming, run into it, and it ended up killing 3 people, all from Florida, and that should have never happened. He should have never been here. He certainly shouldn't have gotten a commercial driver's license from California. And, you know, it's disturbing, too, because if you look, we have video of this. We have photos of this. And he seemed to not like, I mean, it was almost like, you know, he's walking down the sidewalk, maybe stubbed his toe, just kind of like, it was like it didn't register to him, you know, what had happened. And I'm like, that is really, really cold. But it raises these issues of, in Florida, what we've said is, we're not giving licenses if you're here illegally. We're not giving ID cards. In fact, you can't even do like these NGOs want to issue. We don't allow that. We don't recognize California driver's licenses. And so we're creating a situation where following the law is the right thing to do and violating the law is the wrong thing to do. Now, California, they do it differently. They invite people to come illegally. They provide benefits. They provide a lot of different things. I mean, honestly, some of them get treated better than blue-collar Americans out there with their policies. So that ends up attracting. It creates more of this, and it's frustrating because here we are in Florida. We're trying to do. We are doing the right thing. I mean, in the legislate, you know, I've got Jay Broder and these guys have helped us craft these policies. Blaise Angolio is now the chief financial officer, instrumental working on some of this stuff over the years. We've worked really hard on it, and then to have like a California send this guy in and create havoc for our state, that's just fundamentally wrong. But what it shows is it can't just be like we do things right in Florida and somehow that's going to cure what's happening on the left coast and some of these other places. Ultimately, Congress has the power of the purse. They do not need to fund you if you're a sanctuary state. They can remove funding from sanctuary cities. So stop subsidizing this. You know, you have people that are in Congress that are complaining about what happened. And while I appreciate the sympathy, it's like you guys have the power of the purse. You can discipline these states that don't follow the law and incentivize law breaking. You know, you could do that very quickly. You also can address another problem with this situation. This guy comes in from India illegally across the U.S.-Mexico border, and he claims asylum. Now, think about that. You know, it'd be one thing if, like, you know, when people, you know, would come from Cuba and they claim asylum because this was the first place they could get to, right? And you've had situations where this has happened. You're coming from India. How many other countries are you going through? And then you show up in the southern border and say asylum? Like, what? Why didn't you get asylum somewhere else? So they're abusing the process and the statutes that we have in the United States of America, and they're trained to do this. So you have massive numbers of people that have claimed it. Millions and millions have claimed it, you know, just leaving country in Central America. They're not truly Sikh. They're just basically economic migrants, however you're doing it. And so you have this incentive. So he was basically given some type of preliminary determination. They say, okay, you'll have a hearing in 2 or 3 years, and then it gets pushed, and then it gets pushed, and all this stuff. And it's basically a one-way ratchet. You can come in pretty much unfettered. Well, in the past you could illegally. And then if there's any type of law enforcement, it's like this massive bureaucratic maze that you have to go through. And so Congress can address that too. Congress can address the abuse, you know, that we're seeing in this asylum process, because I'd say 95% of the people that are claiming it just factually do not even come close to meeting what should be. But they do. They say the magic words. They get an initial determination. They get a court date, and you do. And that was something that happened with this guy that came in illegally from India. So to have 3 people killed, so senseless, so absolutely enraging to see this happening, knowing that none of this, that all this could have been prevented. But Florida, you know, we've been leading on this. We're doing a whole bunch of stuff, I think, as a lot of people know, because we believe it's important, you know, that we have law and order prevail across the spectrum. But Congress, you know, they go on TV and they'll complain about stuff. You have power of the purse. You have power to legislate. You can fix these problems. You really can fix these problems. And I would just love to see some action out of the folks in Washington, D.C. Now, we're here today to talk about Florida getting more accountability with respect to, in this instance, supporting our school districts throughout the state of Florida who are trying to do the right thing. Now, I am always reminding people that Florida has been ranked #1 economy in the U.S. 3 years in a row by CNBC. We've been ranked #1 overall for education. Some years we're in the top 2 or 3, 4, 5, but we're always near the top in those. We're #1 higher education, 9 straight years. #1 in education freedom, #1 for parental involvement in education, and on it goes. And we've done successful reforms like the progress monitoring. Like a lot of the students and parents and teachers got frustrated. I mean, most people acknowledge you got to have measurements. You got to know whether people, whether our kids are actually learning things, how schools are performing. So there's got to be some type of way to evaluate that. When you had a 1-year high-stakes end-of-year test, first of all, they cram for the test. What I found as a student, when you cram for a test, then you end up forgetting it once you take the test. Like if you just methodically learn, then it stays with you a little bit longer. So it created this impetus to do this end-of-year test. But then what happens is if a student was deficient in that somehow, well, they're on summer vacation. So how are you going to remedy that? Well, progress monitoring, periodic assessments throughout the year, the teacher, the student, the parent, they can get together and remedy when students aren't doing it. And what we found is steady progress for our students throughout the school year, and the metrics have been really, really strong. So we're proud of that. We're also proud of championing things that shouldn't really need to be a champion. It should just be something that everyone wants to do, but it's kind of fallen out of favor. Our emphasis on promoting American civics. And we've been doing that for years. I think it's very important leading into next year, which is going to be the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, and making sure our students, there's so much stuff that goes on post-secondary. We obviously have our university system we're proud of, but I think we all know, there are universities throughout this country that are printing degrees that are not worth the paper it's printed on, and students are going into debt for that. That's why we've promoted apprenticeships, trade schools, all these other things that are going to be there. And there's going to be a wide variety of ways that different students go once they leave our K-12 system, but all of them will be called upon to exercise the duty of American citizenship, and they need a foundation so that they can make sense of what's going on around them and be active citizens and have a good understanding of what the foundations of the country represent. So we have the civics and debate, the debate initiative, which is really blown up. It's been really, really fantastic. We also have the course that the instructors can go through. They get a $3,000 bonus, and they're really learning things that are really meaningful and are very timeless. So I'm proud of that. We are also looking at, and this is going to be something that is not going to be an issue that's going to go away, is how are we preparing students for the world as it's developing? If we were here 10 years ago, 15 years ago, everyone would say, well, people need to code and do this and do that, and many did. And many have done okay. I would say vocational education 10, 15 years ago in a lot of places was frowned upon. They said you're not going to be able to do as well. You got to go to a traditional four-year college. And I think what we're finding now with the rise of artificial intelligence is some of those things, particularly on the lower level with computer coding, some of those are just going to be rendered obsolete because it's going to be done by AI. Some of these white-collar jobs where people told you go to college and do that, those could end up being obsolete. A lot of the trade stuff I think is going to be more valuable than ever to have those skills. So we're entering a period of, I think, major flux of how the economy works. And look, I've been very clear. My role as governor. Deeply about how we can kind of protect people and make sure people are able to make the most of their own lives with this. But it is going to cause disruption. Now, we have done a lot with supporting the rights of parents. We've done a lot with, just having schools open when many places were not having them open back during the COVID-19 pandemic. We've also worked hard on expanding educational choice, both within school districts, within our charter system, and even with private scholarships. And parents, I don't think there's any state in the country where you're more empowered to make great education choices for your kids as you are in the free state of Florida. We're proud of that. We're happy to do that. But we've also had to take on other battles. So we're here today to talk about something that we're doing with respect to these textbook publishers. And I'll say a little bit about what we're doing with respect, but just in a minute. But we have had to deal with these textbooks because, they'll submit the books to Department of Education. And it's like our view is education, not indoctrination, right? We're not going to approve a textbook if you're trying to leverage that book to promote your political agenda. It ain't going to happen. And so, some books like math books, honestly, there are objections there, not as many. Social studies, it's like batten down the hatches. Like the stuff they try to cram in there, Colin Kaepernick, the rioting from 2020, partisanship, this, that, all these other things. And it's very easy for Florida, because we're such a big state, no, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. We want straightforward education. So we've gone back and forth with a lot of these publishers over the years. A lot of this is behind the scenes, where we're objecting to their attempt to impose a narrative or to try to impose an agenda, and have insisted on having straightforward instruction in these materials. We're a big enough state that when we do that, they have to play ball with us because the orders are significant. So I think not only have we helped schools in Florida steer clear of that, but by us doing that, that has a spillover effect with a lot of smaller states. So it's been really, really important to do that. But I'll tell you, and I'm not in there parsing all this, but I will get briefed occasionally from our folks at education, and they will show me some of this stuff. And I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, how do you think that that's possibly appropriate? And when they put it into like the math and science, they don't do it as much, but when they do it, it's sometimes even more egregious that they're trying to smuggle it in for some of that stuff. So we've had to do that. Today, though, we're holding them accountable for a different reason. Today, we're announcing that we're taking action against 2 major textbook publishers that have been exploiting our school districts at the expense of our taxpayers and at the expense of our students. Through a whistleblower complaint filed with the Attorney General's office, the state of Florida has learned that some of our school districts were being overcharged by millions of dollars for these instructional materials. Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer took immediate action, and he has led the state filing a lawsuit against McGraw-Hill and Savvis Learning for violating state law and taking away valuable resources from Florida schools. When textbook publishers apply to be placed in the state's adopted textbook list, they agree in writing to automatically reduce the price of instructional materials to the district school board to match reductions that have been made in other places throughout the United States of America. And that was not being done by these 2 textbook companies. The complaint filed by the Attorney General states that there have been at least 5,900 instances of overcharges by these textbook publishers. One example, right here in Osceola County School District, overcharge of more than $279,000. Now, with treble damages available, not including civil penalties or the attorney's fees and court costs, that amounts to Savvis Learning having a potential liability of more than $837,000 in damages for just one textbook sold to one school district in just 1 year. Another example is one book title that was sold at a discount to Miami-Dade Public Schools, but sold at higher prices in 9 other Florida school districts. The aggregate overcharge totals more than $250,000. So this is a clear indication that Florida law was not being followed by either McGraw-Hill or Savvis Learning. The civil penalties for this alleged textbook fraud could amount to between $37.5 million and $60.5 million between the two publishers. And so this is something that's significant. It's something that those resources should be going to the school districts, to the teachers, and doing ways that are going to be productive, not to pad the profits of textbook companies who are not following the letter of the law. So I want to thank the Attorney General for being on this and filing suit very quickly. We are not going to let go of this, so we're going to continue to stand up and do what's right for our students and our teachers and administrators throughout the state of Florida. And with that, I'll let the Attorney General come up and say a little bit more about the actions that we're announcing today.
Thank you, Governor. Thanks for being here, everybody. Today is a textbook case of corporate greed. Companies trying to make a profit at the expense of students and our taxpayers. And in our Office of Attorney General, we're not going to let them get away with it. We're going to hold them accountable. We're going to go after civil penalties and treble damages and recoup money to help our students and to give it back to our taxpayers. These two companies, McGraw-Hill and Savvis, they got discounts as they cut deals in other places, and they saved money. Unfortunately for them, Florida law requires the lowest price to be given to our school systems. They did not do that, so we have sued them, and we will hold them accountable. You know, at the end of the day, everything has to be about our students. Our office opened up the first Office of Parental Rights in the country. We're talking to other states to hopefully help them follow suit. And through a portal that we created, we've received complaints. Complaints where parents believe their parental rights are being violated. Florida was the first state in the country to pass into law broad parental rights protections, and we're going to enforce them. We've received complaints where, you know, parents are aware of harmful sexual pornographic content in schools. We've fought back, and everywhere where we have brought that fight, we have succeeded in getting that harmful material out of the classrooms. We've received complaints about so-called treatments, counseling, medical provisions being given to students without parental knowledge. This is wrong. We're not going to tolerate it, and we're going to stand in the way. You know, it's frustrated me as I travel the state. I hear public school system administrators and some of the union bosses complaining about their declining school numbers. But at the end of the day, these are the same individuals that want to push these harmful ideologies in the schools. And families are moving with their feet. They're taking advantage of vouchers. They're choosing charter schools. They're choosing private options with a focus on good education. They do not want the sexualized ideology. They want math. They want science. They want the basic skills. They're going to help raise their kids to be successful and good citizens. So to the public school systems, I say, you know, I hope we can save you. I really do. But it will be because you choose education. You choose students over woke ideology. So we will continue to fight the good fight. We will go after anybody that doesn't want to put students first, because at the end of the day, students are the goal. I mean, the governor's led record funding for teachers, and that's great. We want good teachers, but again, it all goes back to the student. We want good teachers, the best teachers, to provide the best education for the students. So to textbook companies, we're going to be watching. Our office will be working with Commissioner Kamoutsas to make sure all contractors and companies are doing the best they can to help Florida students. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with Governor DeSantis, Attorney General Uthmeyer, Superintendent Shanoff. Thank you for hosting us. As Florida's Commissioner of Education, I have a responsibility to deliver a world-class education system for our students. Thanks to Governor DeSantis' leadership, Florida's families have access to the best educational options in the country. Over 500,000 students are benefiting from our scholarship programs thanks to this governor. And 1.4 million students which is nearly half our entire student population in this state, is benefiting from school choice. Whether it's a private option, whether it's a charter option, there are options out there for families, homeschooling options, and they are benefiting. As Attorney General Othmeyer indicated, they are moving with their feet. The expansion of school choice and the increased partnership of parents working with teachers has led to increased results for students in our state. We talked about progress monitoring, where last year 64% of our schools were in A or B compared to this year at 71%. That is a significant increase. And we talk about, yeah, you can clap for that. And when we talk about our DNF schools, last year we had 117 DNF schools in this state, compared to this year where we are now at 71 schools. Again, significant learning gains for our students. Now let's look at the student data when we talk about English language arts and mathematics. Talk about the basics in education of why students go to school. It's to learn these subject areas. Well, when progress monitoring was created in 22-23, we had 115,000 students less on grade level compared to where we're at today, which is significant. And in mathematics, it's nearly 100,000 students. So that's hundreds of thousands of students that have benefited since the inception of progress monitoring because of this governor's bold leadership. Now, in order to build on this partnership between parents and teachers and continue to provide a world-class education system, I'm committed to holding publishers accountable, whether it's in content or cost. And I'm glad that the Attorney General and the Governor share the sentiment. In Florida, we've set a high bar for the instructional materials that students use. We expect every publisher who wants to do business here to meet that bar. Now, the Governor mentioned some of the examples, and it is in fact egregious. Things like critical race theory, intersectionality, white privilege, making its way in math textbooks, science textbooks, social studies textbooks. It has no business there. And if publishers choose to add content like that in their textbooks, they will not be approved and they will not be sold in Florida schools. This is not just about content either, though. Today we're here about fairness. Florida law requires that publishers provide the same lowest price to all school districts in the state. And yet we have seen evidence that some publishers are overcharging certain districts. Every taxpayer dollar matters, and we will not allow publishers to exploit these taxpayer dollars. I, in conjunction with the Attorney General and the Governor, will hold every one of these publishers accountable on both content and costs. And if you want to provide these textbooks in Florida, you're going to follow our laws, you're going to respect our parents.
County,
including our charter schools. That's right. You have a superintendent that's actually saying, yes, including our charter schools, has experienced a rapid increase in student outcomes. That's because of our collaboration together with all of our educational partners. Just as we have experienced an increase in student enrollment, approaching 80,000 students, I don't think that that's by accident. Because we value choice in this district, we are welcoming folks into a choice-friendly district. We have a saying down here in Osceola County, every day is day one. We commit to the optimism of the first day of school every day and believe in every child's potential and God-given talents, every teacher's dedication to their profession, and standards-based instruction, and every leader's ability to create the fundamental conditions for teaching and learning. Governor, without your leadership, our district wouldn't be experiencing this level of academic success. Our record graduation rates and unparalleled access to accelerated coursework. The progress monitoring assessments have been a game changer. They've allowed teachers to make informed decisions about what just-in-time interventions are necessary for student success. I'm fortunate to work with some incredible leaders in our school district and some phenomenal school board members. According to the Florida Department of Education, we have the second lowest administrative overhead of any school district in Florida. And I think we'll be #1 this year, Commissioner. We have proven that efficiency and success come from expectations and talent, not a particular program or more people. Our school principals and assistant principals and our dynamic leadership team have proven that success comes from a belief that everyone can be 1% better every day. However, Governor, my charge is leading an instructional program that is Florida standards based, using textbook materials aligned to Florida standards. These are essential tools for our teachers and students. But we have publishing companies that are overcharging districts like mine. And because assurances of alignment to Florida standards include, despite assurances to alignment in Florida standards, they will include content that is neither appropriate nor aligned. Why are we receiving essentially the same content as New York or California? We have a robust instructional materials review process at the Department of Education, which is quite honestly the best in the country. Florida is not New York and Florida is not California. We're focused on delivering standards that don't deviate down pathways that would otherwise violate laws and standards. Our Florida standards are focused on the main thing, teaching students knowledge and skills that help them to become good citizens, employable, and pursue higher education. These billion-dollar publishing companies are making substantial profits off of districts like mine, not by giving us our own Florida materials, but the same materials as other states and just calling them aligned. Moreover, they're making massive profits off of school districts like mine, who have a responsibility to the Osceola County taxpayer to ensure their dollars are used appropriately. We have an agreed upon price that publishers are to abide by when they do business in the state with school districts like Osceola. We have clear documentation that some publishers have violated that agreement and failed to deliver materials at the price they agreed to with that state, but they forgot who they're doing business with. In Florida, you don't get to squeeze out your corporate Christmas bonuses on the backs of our taxpayers or at the mercy of our students. If you play ball in Florida schools, be prepared to play ball with the rule of law. Governor DeSantis, Attorney General Uthmeier, Commissioner Kamoutsas, thank you for standing up for the students, the school districts, and taxpayers in Florida, and for saying to the publishers, not on our watch. Thank you.
All right, so we are on the prowl to recoup this money, and we want our school districts to be made whole. I really appreciate everyone that's been involved in this, and we are going to continue to make sure that the materials that they're trying to sell in Florida
not only are sold consistent with the contract for the price, but that the material and the content is aligned with our standards. You know, I'm trying to think, like when I was taking calculus in high school, there was nothing injected but just the equations. Like you just did it, right? There wasn't social justice or whatever the people try to push now. It was math, and you did it. And then you did chemistry, and you did it. And to see some of the stuff that they try to pull, yeah, look, it's not going to fly here. I mean, our guys are on it, but I think that there was one. I mean, sometimes the social studies, like middle school social studies, like almost, you know, more than half of them probably had egregious issues where they're trying to jam this stuff into the curriculum. And again, we just want straightforward education. So we'll continue to be doing that. And I'm glad everybody is enjoying the school year so far. We were, happy. You know, the kids grow up a little bit. They go to next grade. You know, sometimes you're a little wistful. Oh, they're getting older, but it's also like summer's over and you're back in school. So we were, in my household, we were happy with that. I'm not gonna lie. But I hope everybody is, enjoying the school year. I know people are working really hard. I will just say, because it's that season, we monitor different activity out off the coast of Africa or whatever, these waves. And, you had Hurricane Aaron obviously is turning. I don't think it's going to have probably any direct impact on any place in the U.S. Big storm, what have you. There are 2 waves that, we'll see what's out there. So just know we're monitoring. We don't anticipate there to be anything concrete that we would be able to project probably for another few days. But this is just the time of year, and we're ready. This is something that we obviously put a lot of emphasis on. I would just love to have a couple years where we don't have to deal with one, though. Wouldn't everyone like that? So we'll see. Knock on wood. All right, we got any questions?
Do you have any information about other districts in Central Florida that were overcharged in addition to Osceola County?
Yeah, so we can get you that with our stuff, so we'll follow up with you on that.
If the state is successful in the lawsuit, what would happen with the money? Would it go to the general fund or would it go back to the districts that were affected?
I think it'd go to the districts, right? Yeah. Yep, to the districts.
Well, so last week, the federal judge struck down the parts of the law on the challenges to books in schools. What's the state's next step in that?
Oh, yeah, we'll appeal. I think we'll ultimately be vindicated on this. I mean, look, we have taxpayers are funding these schools. We have the right through elected officials to empower parents to have a say in this and to make sure that the materials align with standards. Stasi put out a photo of one of these things. And where was that? In Hillsborough County. And it's like, really? Are we really going to keep doing this to where, we're here to do math and reading and science. We're not here to inject gender theory and saying people can change it. That's just not appropriate in the schools. And so we obviously have a right to insist on those standards. But, this is not anything. If you look back, they always find some judge to do something at some point. And more often than not, we get it rectified on appeal. So I absolutely anticipate that will be rectified on appeal. And yes, we'll keep pursuing this. And even potentially to the to the U.S. Supreme Court if it does need to do that. I'd also just say, the Attorney General's here and he's been involved in this. We had a challenge to our the processing and deportation facility that we did at the Dade Collier Airport down in South Florida. Real ticky-tack case, but I think it's pretty clear we're in front of a judge who is not going to give us a fair shake on this. And so, we're already prepared, and I know the Attorney General, they will go immediately and respond if there is any type of adverse ruling there. So this is stuff that's happened from time to time. I think it's unfortunate that you're in a situation where you'll have judges that will do some of this stuff. But we're prepared. We're always prepared. We always go to vindicate the people's rights and the policies of the state. And, the beauty of it is in our system, if there's a policy that's enacted by these guys and it gets my John Hancock and it's into law, you have an election every couple years where you can, elect folks that want to tweak this stuff if there's changes you want to see. It's not for a judge to impose the judge's view
under the auspice of judicial. That's really political when they're just trying to override the policies that we've enacted through the normal legislative process.
The president talking about eliminating vote by mail. Do you think he has the legal authority to do this, and do you think it's sort of a critical consideration?
So it's interesting. So I've talked to the president because he's a Florida voter, and what he means by vote by mail, I think, just in my conversations, is the states like California and Nevada and others where they just send all these ballots out into the ether, basically. They have a voting list which is not accurate and not caught up to speed, and then they dump all these ballots out there. So, if you're like renting an apartment in Las Vegas and you register to vote there, they'll mail you a ballot if you don't ask. And then they'll mail you a ballot for the person that rented that apartment before you. And then they'll send you a ballot for the person that rented the apartment before them. And you get these ballots just showing up. And then they do ballot harvesting where it becomes this like total fraud. So I think absolutely that should not be allowed. I think what Florida has is absentee voting effectively, where you have to request a ballot. The state of Florida and the local they are not authorized to mail anybody a ballot on their own. They can send you for absentee, and obviously, we've got snowbirds, so it's popular to have that option. Clearly, you would need some absentee for military overseas, right? I mean, so that's at a minimum, you'd need that. But I think Florida, you have to show ID to get the ballot. You have to show ID when you turn it in to verify it and put that on the thing. So this is all being checked, and there's no ballots that are just out there floating around without that. We also ban ballot harvesting in Florida. So you request a ballot, you get it, you turn it in, you're the spouse or something within reason, but you don't have these political operatives allowed to just get a satchel of votes and then just dump them off. We got rid of the drop boxes. They want to just put these drop boxes in the middle of town in different places, unattended. Like, no, we're not doing that. So we've really, I think, shown how it's done. But the mass mailing of ballots, I think, has been a huge mistake. I don't think that there are adequate safeguards on that when you start talking about the Californias and the Nevadas. And so I think it should be discontinued. And look, I would be fine, voting, on election day. Now, a lot of people like having the time to early vote or whatever, and so that's just been built into Florida's system. But the old-fashioned way was fine with me. But definitely, just sending out ballots like that, huge potential. And when you pair that with ballot harvesting, it's like, are we trying to determine the will of the people, or are we just trying to determine, who's got the best political operatives to grab these votes and just beg people to give them their ballot? It's usually the Republican will be winning after the election night, and they've counted, and then they keep counting and keep counting and keep counting for weeks on end. And it takes them 4 to 6 to 8 weeks to be able to produce the results for an election. And I'm just thinking to myself, how is that inspiring confidence in all this stuff? And the changes in the margins usually go one way when they keep counting. You know, they had the mayor race in L.A. a few years ago, and you have the current incumbent. She was not incumbent, but she was running. She was backed by the machine, the unions and all that stuff. You had another Democrat. I think he had maybe been a Republican. He was considered, you know, more centrist, but people knew L.A. needed to be cleaned up, so he had a reform message. He was winning after the election day or the primary day, and then like 2 weeks later, she wins by like 10%. And I'm thinking to myself, where did those votes come from? How do you all of a sudden just be able to pull all these votes? So I think what they do in California, I have no confidence in it. I think most people look at that and don't have any confidence in it. And don't tell us it can't be done. Because in Florida, we've shown it can be done. And we've had problems with elections in the past in the state's history, but we rectified that. And when I came in, we had some hiccups in the 2018 in some of these counties. I took some action, but then we worked with the legislature to do robust election integrity measures, and it works, and people have confidence. And I've not seen, since we've done our reforms, there's never been any election result that I've had any issue. I mean, because the ballot, you know how many ballots have been cast, you see how many have been counted, and you see the result. With California, you don't even know how many votes are outstanding. Like they can, you know, postmark it on election day and it gets there 10 days later. Oh yeah, we'll count that still. I mean, so we showed it can be done. I think our model is the best model for the country. But, you know, I think Congress may be able to do some things to make it so that these states are not able to pull some of the shenanigans they did. But you remember back during COVID, you know, they were trying to get me to cancel some of these elections because I was like, no, we're going to do the same thing. But what happened is they put a lot of money in the CARES Act to really underwrite this whole mail-in ballot situation, and that really exacerbated the problems in the 2020 election like we've never seen before. So I mean, people ask me like, oh, you know, Florida, you guys are leading this. You just how you do it? I was like, you know, as governor of Florida, I get this great cheat code. All I got to do is look to New York, Illinois, California, and then do the opposite.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Osceola County earlier about some education topics, talking about suing textbook companies for overcharging schools, also answering a number of questions there, talking about the election things at the beginning. He talked about the suspect accused of causing that deadly crash on Florida's Turnpike by doing the illegal U-turn, a man who we believe is in the country illegally. We do expect that gentleman to be in court later today in California for a hearing, potentially about extradition to Florida. So we will have updates on that for you later here on Fox 35 News Plus. A couple of things we are continuing to monitor at this hour as we approach 1 o'clock Eastern Time. We are continuing to track Hurricane Erin. This is a look at the satellite images and the radar as it begins its curve and likely expected to strengthen again, potentially to another major hurricane after dropping back down to Category 2. We're also standing by waiting for the White House press briefing today. Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, expected to speak with reporters here shortly. This obviously coming the day after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was at the White House alongside a number of other European leaders, talking about security guarantees, talking about ending the war in the Russian war on Ukraine. We know the president also met with Vladimir Putin last Friday in Anchorage, Alaska. Meanwhile, closer to home here today, Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer gave his State of the City address, touching on a number of issues, including expansion of Sunrail, Brightline, also talking about housing affordability and a number of other issues. Here is his address earlier today at the Plaza Live in Orlando.
And now it is my honor to introduce our mayor, Orlando's Mayor, Buddy Dyer.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Let's thank Sean for another outstanding poem as he concludes his 4 years of service as our poet laureate. And what an amazing performance by the City Beautiful Voices. They practice every day, not every day, they practice after work, so they can be part of our community. Their performance is just another example of how our city team goes above and beyond for our residents. So whether they're collecting solid waste, and that's not the musical group, but our solid waste department, or keeping us safe, they're such an important part of our community. So before we get started, would you please help me in recognizing the City Beautiful Voices and on our entire city team. Thank you. It's a privilege to work alongside every one of you. So this year, we're celebrating Orlando's 150th birthday. And if there's one word that embodies our history, it's reinvention. Harnessing the power of reinvention, generation after generation, is what makes Orlando different and special. From cattle and citrus to a military training epicenter that would help us win World War II, to the growth of the aerospace industry that would help launch America to the moon, to leveraging that military legacy as a leader in modeling, simulation, and defense, to growing into a hub for bioscience and medical technology, to becoming America's new melting pot, to our reputation for unmatched quality of life, to building an opportunity ecosystem and America's #1 community for job creation. It's harnessing the power of reinvention, decade after decade, that's made Orlando the place where everyone's choosing to visit, choosing to invest, and choosing to live. We don't have to look far to see the power of reinvention. The Plaza Live, where we are today, and the Milk District are great examples. In the late 1800s, this was the heart of Florida's citrus industry. In the 20s, a guy named Thomas Gilbert Lee, who you may know as T.G. Lee, turned one milk cow, he had one milk cow, into this dairy empire. And as Orlando grew, cows roaming our streets, let's just say that became impractical. So we did what cities do. We passed an ordinance banning cows from our streets. That's a true story. In the 50s, this area was reinvented once more when the Colonial Shopping Plaza was celebrated as the shopping center of tomorrow and the largest retail development in Florida. And it was also the site of the city's, this building was the site of the city's first movie theater. And if there are old timers here, you remember that these chairs were rocking chairs, so you could rock nicely and watch your show. Over the next several decades, this building became a live music and arts venue where some of the biggest entertainers performed. And recently, the plaza reinvented itself once again with a $10 million remodel that was recognized by the state with a prestigious Landmark Preservation Award. So the plaza's recent evolution happened alongside the reimagination of the surrounding neighborhood, now known as the Milk District, into one of Orlando's hottest spots for arts, dining, and entertainment. And this is just one example of how our community has leveraged reinvention and rebirth as the engine of progress. And there are so many more. So, as you might guess, we will explore some of these powerful stories this morning. We'll also have some fun with Orlando history trivia. And as we examine our legacy of reinvention and how it has shaped our present and is powering our future, we must recognize that the city we love today was not created by accident. It's a result of thoughtful planning, leadership that's prioritized listening to what our residents want, and then leveraging partnership and collaboration to turn those shared aspirations into reality. It's a result of three important actions that we prioritized year after year, decade after decade. Number one, doing the basics of local government and fiscal responsibility at the highest level. Two, consistent and strategic investment in our future. And three, embracing bold innovation and big ideas. Okay, so let's start with the basics. In my career, I've had the opportunity to experience every level of government pretty up close. And what makes local government so unique and important is that we don't have to interpret what we think our residents want. Our bosses are with us every day. You're out here right now. You're our neighbors, our friends, our coworkers. They're the residents who say hello at the grocery store. And if you think I'm kidding, there's no better form for feedback for an elected official than the checkout line at Publix. We have the privilege of listening to what residents want and what they need, and working relentlessly every day to turn their policies, their priorities, into reality. And every city is different and has different priorities. Year after year, Orlando's residents have said they want the basics, the core functions of municipal government done at the highest levels, and we deliver. Residents want and deserve a safe city. That's why keeping Orlando safe is our most important job. That's why we invest more money in police and fire protection than we collect in property taxes. Listen again, we invest more money in police and fire than we collect in property taxes. There's probably going to be a discussion about property taxes, so I just want you to understand that. For example, last year our city generated $360 million in property taxes. We actually invested $406 million in police and fire. In this coming fiscal year, 2026, property tax collections increased by $21 million, but we've increased our police and fire investment by $25 million. This consistent investment to add officers and ensure they have the cutting-edge technology and training is a big reason why we're seeing one of the largest reductions in crime in our history. This year alone, homicides are down 50%. Homicides are down 50%. Violent crime is down 14%, and residential burglaries are down 30%. And 100% of our homicides have been solved this year. Our residents want reliable trash, recycling, and yard waste collection, right? Every week, our of waste team makes an incredible 189,000 stops, missing a pickup only 0.03% of the time. How about that? Our residents want a walkable, bikeable city, and that's why we've added 500 miles of sidewalks. And we've grown our system of dedicated bike trails from just 8 miles. Stations in the rapidly growing southeast part of our city, renovations to the baseball fields at Azalea Park, major improvements to Trotters Park, improvements to make Corrine Drive safer and pedestrian-friendly for both pedestrians and cyclists, replacing aging stormwater infrastructure to prevent flooding in neighborhoods like Harrelson Estates, Colonial Town, and Richmond Heights, and renovating one of our city's most beloved outdoor amenities, Harry P. Lou Gardens. Now, some of these projects are exciting, like the new 14-acre park in Lake Nona with basketball and pickleball courts, a playground, splash pads, walking trails. But much of what we're doing, like lift station improvements, baffle boxes, wastewater system maintenance, not going to grab headlines, but they will when they break. And we know that this work can sometimes inconvenience residents, but this is critical infrastructure that we all depend on. And it's important to note, even as demand for these core services have exploded because of our population growth, our strong financial management has allowed us to do this work without raising taxes. And that is something that should grab headlines. So when we talk about the basics, we naturally focus on projects and programs, but that doesn't capture the full story of how doing so helps create a strong city. If you want to see the result of investing in the basics, what it really looks like, meet Leslie Diaz. Leslie grew up off Curry Ford Road, where she became a standout lacrosse player, earning a college scholarship. But in 2023, a family emergency forced her to give up her athletic dreams, graduate early, and come home to help her parents. Without the rigor of college sports, she struggled to find her passion and purpose. That's when she began working at our Englewood Kids Zone. While there, she learned about the Orlando Fire Department's cadet program, an effort to attract more women to the profession and remove barriers for Orlando residents from all backgrounds to pursue careers in firefighting. A chance meeting with program leaders sparked her interest. Fast forward for today, and Leslie has found what she calls her dream job at the intersection of teamwork, physical activity, and helping others. She was chosen as her class leader and will graduate next year as an Orlando firefighter. And although Leslie isn't with us this morning, because guess where she is? In an EMT class. We are grateful that she has chosen to serve and protect us. All right, that was part one. When we do the basics right, it allows our residents to look beyond day-to-day needs and focus on shaping the future we want for our city. And that's why the second action we prioritize year after year is continually planning for and investing in our future. This is especially important in the city that's grown so fast throughout our 150-year history. So got another trivia question for you. At the time of its incorporation in 1875, the town of Orlando's population was 85 residents. Today, our population exceeds 335,000. Does anyone know what decade saw the greatest population increase? And that's by percentage. Okay, 3 guesses. Somebody? Visit. It was not the 70s, it was not the 80s, and it was not the 90s. It was the 20s, a period known as the Great Florida Land Boom. And we stand on the shoulders of incredible leaders and visionaries who showed us why investing in our future is so important. In the early 80s, Mayor Bill Frederick saw a town that was about to explode in popularity and in population. He worked with our community to make a historic investment in modernizing our transit infrastructure and essentially re-plumb downtown. This would set the stage for downtown Orlando to become the economic and cultural hub of Central Florida as we know it today. Mayor Frederick is also the answer to the question, what local leader helped blow up the former Orlando City Hall as part of the movie Lethal Weapon 3? And just for the record, I have not been offered any film roles. Similar to Mayor Frederick's time, our current population boom has come with both challenges and opportunities, particularly when it comes to housing. The influx of residents choosing to call Orlando home fuels our economy, enriches our culture, and drives innovation. but it also increased housing demand faster than supply can keep up, increasing costs dramatically and forcing people to make tough choices. Our residents are asking us to help solve this complex challenge. At its core, housing is about choice. Everyone deserves the ability to choose housing that fits their lives. A studio near work, townhouse for a growing family, or a single-family home in a walkable neighborhood. But choice only exists when there's enough housing to meet demand. Right now, that's not the case. With 1,500 people moving to our community each week, at this moment we'll need 10,000 additional units just to meet the current demand. In less than 10 years, we'll need another 50,000 units. And that's why we're reinventing our approach to housing, rooted in the belief that every new unit matters, whether it's a single-family home, a townhome, an apartment, or an accessory dwelling unit. That's why we're removing barriers and investing in infrastructure to make it easier for the private sector developers to deliver residential units our community needs. We've worked very quickly to create a pipeline that has delivered 9,200 units under construction, 18,000 units approved or in the permit review, and new zoning in place for close to 40,000 new units. We're also continuing to unlock new opportunities through modernizing land use and zoning. For example, our Orlando Unlocked initiative helps increase density in ways that strengthen neighborhoods, enabling granny flats, townhomes, and apartments to be built in more locations throughout our city. Another way that we're creating housing solutions is through the power. If you haven't seen the area where Orange Blossom Trail meets Princeton Street lately, think real quick where that is. You're in for a surprise. Through a partnership with Dr. Phillips Charities, this former industrial area has been transformed into the Packing District, a new live, work, play corridor with an emphasis on urban agriculture that includes the Four Roots Farm, a new YMCA, a Publix and retail district that's easing the food desert dynamic on our city's west side, a food hall, and almost 800 new housing units with a wide range of options from studio apartments to townhomes. The 85-acre Grove Park that includes green space, the New Orlando Tennis Center, a wetlands area, and a future dog park. Here in this neighborhood, the Milk Stacks is another example of this approach to reimagining underutilized space. We worked with Atrium Development to create a variation of the traditional apartment that includes live-work units that combine residential spaces with commercial areas, including retail storefronts, fostering a blend of living and entrepreneurial opportunities within the same building. The Milk Stacks is important for what it is, but it's also important for where it is. It's one of our 12 Main Street districts. In 2008, our city reinvented the way we support small businesses. We began working with our neighborhoods to create and grow their commercial districts into organic, authentic ecosystems that emphasize local independent businesses. 17 years later, we now have a dozen Main Streets. 17 years later, we are nationally recognized for our Main Streets, which are responsible for more than $2.4 billion, billion with a B, in economic impact and neighborhood improvement, nearly 3,000 new businesses, close to 15,000 jobs, 117,000 volunteer hours, 30 Michelin Guide recognized restaurants, and more than 300 yearly events. Our Main Streets are also a big reason why Orlando tops so many best city to start a business lists year after year. Our 12 Main Street district directors are here. Would you please stand and let's give them a hand. Awesome. These numbers and accolades are great, but they don't capture the full impact of our Main Streets. If you want to see what investing in our future and investing in small businesses really looks like, I'd like to introduce you to Ashley and Izzy. During the pandemic, Ashley turned the cookies she was baking out of a small kitchen in their apartment into a business, Fat Ash Bakes. I made sure that I said that about 20 times before I came out here. It got that right. Over the last 5 years, this couple made what at first glance might appear to be a typical bake shop into a business that's anything but typical. They turned cookie making into an art, whether it's their one-of-a-kind social media presence or the bake night events where they bring people together to share treats and conversation. Fat Ash Bakes has earned a legion of devoted customers. Earlier this year, they opened a retail location at the Milk Stacks. Ashley reinvented her career in our city, and she and Izzy are here with us today. Please stand so everybody can meet you. I think I speak for every cooking-loving resident when I say we are grateful you're following your dreams here in our city. Okay, third part. Investing in our future has fueled so much of the progress we've experienced and the unmatched quality of life that we share. It's also empowered our residents to dream big. That's why the third action we prioritized is embracing bold innovation and big ideas. As we said earlier, we stand on the shoulders of incredible visionaries. Another is Mayor Glenda Hood, who served from 92 to 2003. From World War II until the 90s, the area we now know as Baldwin Park was a huge military training facility. When the Navy closed the base, Mayor Hood faced the challenge of losing its economic impact and having what was described as, quote, a 1,000-acre hole in the heart of our city. Believe it or not, Baldwin Park was controversial at the time. Skeptics criticized the idea of master planning an entire neighborhood from scratch around the principles of walkability, conservation, and a live-work-play dynamic. Because of Mayor Hood, Baldwin Park is a global model for adaptive reuse and urban redevelopment. In honor of her contributions to our city, we're excited to announce that we are renaming the park around Lake Baldwin in her honor. The success of Baldwin Park gave us the confidence to continue to champion bold ideas. That's exactly what we did in Lake Nona by reinventing cow pastures into one of the world's great new bioscience and medical industry clusters, surrounded by neighborhoods that prioritize walkability, wellness, and quality of life. It took time and careful planning for everything to fall in place, like securing one of the largest VA hospitals in the country. But Lake Nona has surpassed our wildest dreams. The great news is, with our partners at Tavistock, we're not even close to tapping its full potential. The medical city is growing with UCF's new College of Nursing that opened.
On Friday, as you all know, many of you were there, President Trump hosted Russian President Vladimir Putin in Anchorage, Alaska, for a bilateral meeting. This was the first time President Putin has been to the United States since 2015, and the first time he has met with an American president in years. President Putin publicly confirmed what President Trump has said all along. The war between Russia and Ukraine never would have started in the first place if President Trump were in office. This was always obvious to any person with a shred of common sense. Just look at what took place during the last 4 administrations. Under George W. Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under Barack Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under Joe Biden, Russia invaded Ukraine. But under President Trump, Russia did not invade nor take anything. President Trump is the only president this century, Republican or Democrat, who has held Russia in check and ensured peace in Europe. That's because Russia has always greatly respected President Trump and his peace through strength foreign policy approach. But overall, the bilateral talks in Alaska were very productive, and multiple key points were agreed to between the two leaders that truly opened up the door for Phase 2 discussions, which took place yesterday here at the White House, within 48 hours of that meeting in Anchorage, I may add. As you all know, there were many European leaders here, as well as Ukrainian President Zelensky. They all traveled here to meet with President Trump to maintain the momentum and work toward a lasting peace. Across the board, every leader credited President Trump for his decisive leadership that has reignited the dialogue in hopes of finally bringing this war to a peaceful conclusion. 2 quotes in particular capture the progress that was made and the optimism moving forward. Finnish President Alexander Stubb said, "I think in the past 2 weeks, we've probably had more progress in ending this war than we have had in the past 3.5 years. Again, that is the president of Finland, a country that shares a border with Russia. That's what we call the President Trump effect. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte also summed it up well. Without President Trump, this deadlock with Putin would not have been broken. He is the only one who could do this." Following the encouraging conversations yesterday, President Trump spoke with President Putin by phone, and he agreed to begin the next phase of the peace process, a meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky, which would be followed, if necessary, by a trilateral meeting between President Putin, President Zelensky, and President Trump. As the president said, Vice President Vance, Secretary Rubio, and Special Envoy Witkoff will continue to coordinate with Russia and Ukraine to make this happen as soon as possible. It's very important to remember that before President Trump's landslide victory last November, there was no end in sight to this bloodshed. Now, there may finally be light at the end of the tunnel and an opportunity for lasting peace. That's because President Trump is the peace president, and American leadership is back on the world stage. It should not be lost on anyone in this room that world leaders are coming right here to Washington, D.C. for help. While previous presidents have traveled halfway around the world to apologize for America, President Trump stands up for America, and he has firmly restored America's status as the undisputed leader of the free world. However, one thing that has absolutely not changed is the media's negative and downright false coverage of President Trump and his foreign policy accomplishments. From the beginning of this entire process, much of the left-wing media has been actively rooting against the President of the United States in the pursuit of peace. Initially, the media ridiculously claimed that President Trump was somehow beholden to Russia for even agreeing to have a face-to-face discussion with President Putin inside of the United States. The media said President Trump was making a grave mistake by, quote, legitimizing Putin. They were aghast that President Trump would treat another world leader like a world leader. The media relentlessly attacked President Trump and claimed he suffered a, quote, major defeat for not immediately emerging with a final agreement, even though he said heading into that meeting, this was a meeting to listen and to understand how to move the ball forward. All weekend following those historic U.S.-Russia bilateral talks, we listened to clueless pundits on television trying but failing to claim that the president had failed. The so-called experts in the foreign policy establishment, whose record is nothing but endless wars, trillions of wasted taxpayer dollars, and dead Americans, have the nerve to try and lecture President Trump, who has solved 7 global conflicts in 7 months, about peace. This is the same president, by the way, who brokered the Abraham Accords in his first term, on top of more than half a dozen other peace deals this year alone, as I just said. We also saw yesterday the president of Ukraine and all of the other major leaders of Europe fly across the Atlantic Ocean to meet President Trump at the White House because of the progress that was made and that, if you ask the media, failed meeting, but it was not. It was highly productive and it was successful. This is why Americans' trust in the mass media is at a lowest point in more than 5 decades. Diplomacy is a delicate process, and instead of reporting the facts about what is happening here at this White House and what is happening between this president and other leaders around the world, many outlets in this room continue to try to actively undermine the president and sabotage the efforts towards peace. That is why I felt the need to set the record straight. In other news, on the home front, President Trump's efforts to make D.C. safe again are working. There have been a total of 465 arrests since the start of this operation on Thursday, August 7th. Last night, there were a total of 52 arrests, including the arrest of an illegal alien MS-13 gang member with convictions for DWI and drug possession. Thanks to President Trump's leadership and the outstanding work of both federal and local law enforcement, dangerous gang members like the one picked up last night will not be allowed on the streets of our nation's capital. Other arrests last night included assault with a deadly weapon for stabbing, parole violation for robbery, murder, outstanding warrant for attempted murder, assault on federal law enforcement officer, and felony assault. 4 more homeless encampments were also removed during yesterday's reporting period. To date, a total of 48 homeless encampments have been cleared in Washington, D.C. by multi-agency teams. MPD patrol units are actively working with city officials to locate and clear additional encampments and remove homeless residents off of Washington's streets. And despite fake narratives from the media, again, a significant number of the arrests have been in high-crime areas of D.C. In fact, nearly half of all of the non-illegal alien-related arrests have occurred in wards 7 and 8, the 2 wards that have the highest number of violent crime, as well as homicides and assaults with dangerous weapons last year. So while Democrats continue to coddle violent criminals, President Trump and this administration are focused on putting them behind bars and unapologetically standing up for the safety of law-abiding American citizens, and the White House will continue to provide all of you with the results of this operation in the days ahead. So with that, I will take your questions today. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jack Posobiec, who joined us in Anchorage, Alaska last week. Jack, thanks for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Caroline, thanks so much. So a couple of questions regarding the status of these peace talks. Obviously, we saw the President and President Putin there in Anchorage. We saw the world leaders here yesterday with this summit. We've heard phrases like coalition of the willing. We've also heard Article 5-like guarantees. When it comes to the security guarantees, what is the current status of that? I know the President earlier today mentioned boots on the ground would be UK, France, Germany possibly, but unequivocally said no U.S. troops on the ground, but U.S. coordination. Can you elaborate on that, and what would the red lines be?
Sure. Well, you got to the heart of what I was going to say to all of you today on security guarantees, which is the President has definitively stated U.S. boots will not be on the ground in Ukraine, but we can certainly help in the coordination and perhaps provide other means of security guarantees to our European allies. The President understands security guarantees are crucially important to ensure a lasting peace, and he has directed his national security team to coordinate with our friends in Europe and also to continue to cooperate and discuss these matters with Ukraine and Russia as well.
Caroline, now have the Russians responded at all? I know we spoke with President Putin last night. What has been their response? Because we've heard some reports from the Kremlin and others saying they're unequivocally against NATO troops on the ground.
Well, look, the President continues to have these conversations with both leaders. Those conversations took place in Anchorage, Alaska, again yesterday with the Europeans and President Zelensky, and he has directed his team to come up with a framework for these security guarantees that can be acceptable to help ensure a lasting peace and end this war.
And then just last question real quick on this. Regarding some of the funding, we're hearing questions about another round of weapons sales or possibly a round of U.S. purchases of Ukrainian drones. Will that money be funded by the U.S. taxpayers? Are we finally going to see an end to the U.S. taxpayer-funded, seemingly endless mandate for these foreign wars?
Well, the president is very sensitive to the needs of the American taxpayer, and immediately upon entering office back in January, he made it very clear that we're not going to continue writing blank checks to fund a war very far away, which is why he came up with the very creative solution to have NATO purchase American weaponry, because it is the best in the world, and then to backfill the needs of the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian people and their military. So that's the solution the president has came up with. We'll continue to see that forward. As for any additional sales, I'll have to defer you to the Department of Defense.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jack. Kelly.
What has President Trump learned that tells him that Vladimir Putin would be willing to make a deal for him, for President Trump?
Well, the president has learned a lot, which is part of the reason he opened up this dialogue. The previous administration, who oversaw the beginning of this war, refused to talk. And President Trump has always said, in order to learn, in order to move the ball forward with diplomacy and towards peace, you have to have open dialogue. And so that's why the president has had several conversations by phone and, of course, an in-person meeting last Friday with President Putin. He also has talked to President Zelensky dozens of times, had him here at the White House yesterday, and he's understanding what both sides want, what both sides are going to have to give up. And he has always said, in order to get a good deal, both sides are going to have to walk away a little bit unhappy. So he continues to learn a lot throughout these conversations, which is why we've seen progress from both sides. And I would also just add, when it comes to learning and moving the ball forward, look at how both Russia and Ukraine have actually talked directly for the first time in many years, thanks to the efforts of this president and this administration.
Specifically for President Trump, though, what do you think Putin's motivation is to try to do something for President Trump, as opposed to just resolving the conflict?
I think, as I just spoke to in my opening remarks, Kelly, Russia and all countries around this world actually respect the United States again. And the president is using the might of American strength to demand that respect from our allies, our friends, our adversaries all around the world. And we've seen that not just lead to progress with Russia and Ukraine, but also we've seen it in the closing of 7 global conflicts around the world as well. We've seen it with the release of hostages in Gaza. You've seen it with the end of the conflict between India and Pakistan, which could have resulted in a nuclear war if we had not had a president who believed in the strength and the leverage that comes with the job of being the president of the United States of America. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Heading into Alaska, a lot of the focus in the talk was on this trilateral meeting between these 3 leaders. Can you explain how this went from a trilateral meeting involving President Trump to now the focus being on this bilateral meeting without the president first?
Well, look, the president has spoken to both leaders about this, and both leaders have expressed a willingness to sit down with each other. And so our national security team will help both countries do that. Ultimately, the president has always said that there are areas of disagreement in this war that will have to be discussed and decided upon by these 2 countries. And so he wants these 2 countries to engage in direct diplomacy. He's said that from the very beginning, which is why he's agreeable to the idea of having President Zelensky and President Putin get together. And I understand accommodations for that meeting are underway. As soon as we hear more details, we'll be sure to let all of you know.
And just a quick follow-up. We know
work with the Metropolitan Police Department to make our district safer. We've seen violent crime has taken the lives of far too many residents here in our nation's capital, and the president wants to make it safe again. And as for the coordination efforts, this interagency team is meeting and talking daily. In fact, there's a meeting taking place right now in the West Wing with members of the interagency task force to continue to discuss not just the National Guard deployment, but also how we can continue to remove public safety threats off of the streets of Washington, which, as the numbers I just showed you prove, they are doing every single night. I will just reiterate, 465 total arrests and counting since the start of this operation. I believe 11 or 12 days ago. I'll have to check the calendar, but those are pretty remarkable results. If not for this task force and their high level of coordination and the leadership of this president, there would have been 465 more violent criminals on the streets of this capital that you all live in every day. So I think we should all be very grateful for that. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 3 questions about the D.C. crackdown.
Sure.
First, I was wondering if you could clarify something President Trump said. He mentioned getting rid of the slums where criminals live. Was he talking about tents or permanent residential buildings? And then the mayor has expressed an interest in clarifying how much of a focus illegal immigration enforcement is as part of this crackdown. Can you say anything about that?
Sure.
And third, any preview on the beautification?
3 questions. I'll try to answer all 3 of them pointedly for you. First, when it comes to what you said and the president said, the slums of Washington, D.C., he's referring to the most dangerous communities, neighborhoods, and streets in this city where, unfortunately, violence has ravaged these communities and taken the lives of, again, far too many law-abiding D.C. residents. We know on July 5th of this year, just more than a month ago, a 3-year-old beautiful young girl was shot and killed in her car with her family in one of these communities, which is why there has been a surge, despite what many of you have been falsely reporting. And I believe it was the Washington Post who put out a map claiming it to be fact-based when it was just based on, I don't know, accounts that they've heard on the street, not actual statistics and data. So we went and reconfigured the numbers, and as I said, nearly half of all the non-illegal alien-related arrests have occurred in wards 7 and 8 in the District of Columbia, where we know, excuse me, there's the highest rate of crime. So we'll continue to do that. And what was your second question, Stephen?
Legal immigration, how much of a focus that is?
Yeah, look, I mean, the focus is to make D.C. safe and beautiful and to remove public safety threats and violent criminals from our streets. If federal law enforcement, with the help of the Metropolitan Police Department, come across illegal aliens, of course, we are going to abide by this administration's policy of law and order, and we are going to remove illegal criminals from our nation's capital. They will be detained and deported, just like they are in every other community across the country. Kristen.
First question is, whose idea was it to change the next steps from a trilateral to a bilateral meeting?
It was an idea that evolved in the course of the president's conversations with both President Putin, President Zelensky, and the European leaders yesterday. And as you saw, Kristen, with all of those European leaders leaving the White House, including the NATO Secretary General, they all agreed that this is a great first step. And it's a good thing that these 2 leaders are going to be sitting down together, and the president expects that to happen.
And how long is Trump willing to wait and operate in good faith for Putin to actually arrange a meeting before he intervenes?
Look, the president has put tremendous public pressure to bring this war to a close. He's taken actions, as you've seen, sanctions on India and other actions as well. He's made himself very clear that he wants to see this war end, and he has scoffed at the ideas of others that have been raised that we should wait another month before any meeting takes place. The president wants to move, and he wants to bring this war to an end as quickly as possible.
Just a clarification on something you said earlier about Putin agreeing to the meeting. The Kremlin seemed to indicate that Putin did not firmly agree to a bilateral. Did he agree to have a sit-down with just Zelensky on the phone?
I can assure you that the United States government and the Trump administration is working with both Russia and Ukraine to make that bilateral happen as we speak. Sean.
Hey, if the point is to get everybody on the same page, why wouldn't Trump just take the call from Putin while the other leaders were in the room? He said it would be disrespectful to do that. But why is it disrespectful?
With all due respect, only a reporter from the New York Times would ask a question like that, Sean. The president met with all of these European leaders at the White House 48 hours after sitting down with President Putin on American soil. In fact, there was so much progress in the readout that was given to these European leaders immediately following his meeting with President Putin that every single one of them got on a plane plane 48 hours later and flew to the United States of America. And if I could just read for all of you some of the statements from those European leaders yesterday, you had President Zelensky himself saying it was a very good conversation. It was really good. We spoke about very sensitive points. The Secretary General, Mark Rutte, it was the president, only because of the president, that this deadlock was broken, but with President Putin by starting a dialogue. So these leaders, who this war is in their backyard, are very grateful that the president took that call and that he was there to provide them with a readout of Russia's thinking on this, something that was not done by the previous administration at all. Catherine.
Thank you. Is the White House looking at Budapest as a possible location?
I'm not going to confirm or deny locations. We'll provide you with details as soon as we can.
Following up on Kristen's question, I understand that the White House is working and allies are working to make this meeting happen, but did Putin promise to do a meeting with Zelensky, a direct meeting, in the coming weeks?
He has, and I just answered that question for you. Franco.
Thanks. I just want to clarify. So you are saying that President Trump is considering U.S. pilots and U.S. aircraft potentially supporting European or Ukrainian forces?
The president spoke to that himself this morning when he called into Fox and Friends, and I would defer you to his answer. You can read it directly yourself.
In addition, can I ask, no boots on the ground, Steve Witkoff's talking about Article 5-like security guarantees. Can you talk about what other Article 5-like security guarantees that are being considered if it's not boots on the ground?
These are very sensitive diplomatic discussions that are currently taking place literally as we speak. So I will leave it to the national security team, and I'll leave it to the president to have those private discussions with these leaders as we try to bring this war to an end.
And can I ask one
Mary
more?
Margaret, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions, if that's okay. So on these meetings, I know you said that the trilateral will take place if necessary. Do you think that we might not need the trilateral and that Zelensky and Putin might come to this conclusion on their own? And then as a follow-up, I know the president said on Fox News this morning that he's partially seeking peace in order to get to heaven. Was he joking, or is there spiritual motivation behind his peace deals here?
I think the president was serious. I think the president wants to get to heaven, as I hope we all do in this room as well. Annie.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just shifting gears to the Department of Justice for a minute. Can you walk us through why another deputy FBI director was named? Does Trump have any displeasure with how the FBI has been being run to date? And then I have a question about the antitrust division.
No, Andrew Bailey is extremely qualified. As you know, he's been serving with honor as the Attorney General of Missouri, and he's been brought on as another set of very credible and experienced hands to work alongside the current Deputy Director, Dan Bongino, under the leadership of the Director, Kash Patel, and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And the FBI has been doing a tremendous job. We've seen their agents out on the streets as part of this interagency task force here in Washington. But the crime that they've been stopping here in Washington, they've been doing this for 7 months all across the country. In fact, there's been 19,000 arrests by the FBI nationwide. That's more than double last year in the same time period. Of those, 1,600 arrests were for violent crimes against children. 4,000 child victims have been rescued by this FBI under this current leadership. 1,000 arrests from investigations of foreign terrorist organizations. There's been 1,500 kilos of fentanyl seized. 6,300 kilos of meth have been seized. And 3 of the top 10 most wanted have been arrested so far. Not a single one of the individuals on the top 10 most wanted list were arrested under the previous administration. We've arrested 3 in 7 months. So when you're actually working and enforcing law and order, you need all hands on deck. And so we look forward to welcoming Andrew Bailey to this new post. Jackie.
I have a quick question about Roger Alfred, who's a former DOJ official. He gave a speech in Aspen yesterday where he said that senior DOJ aides are cutting deals with favored lobbyists. I'm wondering if the president has any concerns at all with the way the antitrust division is working.
I have no idea who that individual is. I don't know why he made those comments. I don't know what basis he's making those comments on. My instinct tells me it's not true, but we will definitely look into them and I'll get you a response.
Thank you, Caroline.
Jackie.
Thanks, Caroline. Since the president often says that this war would not have started if he were in office, and
True.
and Putin confirmed that.
It's true. Do you accept that as true? The
Probably.
European leaders do.
Well,
and President Putin himself said that, by the way.
He did say that. The question I have, though, is what is the president going to do to ensure that these security guarantees last beyond him into the time when he is no longer president? And does that have to involve Congress at all?
Well, he understands the need for that, which he spoke to yesterday. And what's he going to do? It's why he's engaging in so many talks and so many conversations with both sides of this war, with our European allies. It's why on the way home from Anchorage, Alaska, very late at night, when I know many of you on the press plane were sleeping and many staff were sleeping, the president himself was still awake at 2 o'clock in the morning talking to European leaders and NATO about how we can ensure a lasting peace and bring this conflict to an end. He has expended an incredible amount of time, energy, and effort into bringing this war to an end, and he remains determined to do that.
Also, can
Go
I ask
ahead.
you about the
Go ahead.
Thank you, Carolyn.
DC crime?
Sure, Jake, and then to your right.
All right. Thank you, Carolyn. Which of the half-dozen peace deals that the president's pulled off would you say he's the most proud of? And then I have another question.
That's a good question, Jake. I'll leave that to the president to answer. I think he's proud of all of the peace deals that he's been able to achieve. You saw the president of Armenia and the head of Azerbaijan both at the White House just a couple of weeks ago. The president, I know, very much enjoyed spending time with them and helping to bring that conflict to an end. He very much enjoyed his time with leaders of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo in the Oval Office, talking to them about bringing that decades-long war to an end. India and Pakistan. He used trade in a very powerful way as leverage to bring that conflict to an end. So I know he's very proud of all of these achievements, and I know he's very honored to serve as the President of the United States and to restore peace around this world. Go ahead.
So you mentioned Armenia and Azerbaijan. That's a conflict that, I spent time in the Southern Caucasus covering that. And, a conflict of over 30 years, and he resolved it in just a couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other conflicts that the president's working on right now that are off the radar screen that we should be tracking?
In fact, there are many. The State Department is always working around the clock under the leadership of Secretary Rubio and keeping the president apprised of conflicts that are bubbling up all over the world. But of course, as you all know, as we've talked a lot about in this briefing, he's spending a lot of time right now on ending this war in Russia-Ukraine, and of course the conflict in Israel and Gaza, which he wants to see come to a close as well. Sure, go ahead.
So the president says that he's starting a movement to eliminate mail-in voting, but states administer elections, not federal authorities. So can you provide any more details about how the White House plans to eliminate that?
Mm-hmm. The White House continues to work on this, and when Congress comes back to Washington, I'm sure there will be many discussions with our friends on Capitol Hill and also our friends in state legislatures across the country to ensure that we're protecting the integrity of the vote for the American people. And I think Republicans generally, and the president generally, wants to make it easier for Americans to vote and harder for people to cheat in our elections. And it's quite mind-boggling that the Democrat Party could stand in opposition to common sense. He wants to ensure election integrity. There were great efforts that were made in 2024. I won't get ahead of myself.
Marines on board. Are you looking at possibility of boots on the ground there?
What I will say with respect to Venezuela, President Trump has been very clear and consistent. He's prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. The Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel. In Maduro, it is the view of this administration, is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive head of this cartel who has been indicted in the United States for trafficking drugs into the country. And with that, I will leave you all, and we will see you later, if not tomorrow. And I look forward to taking more of your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. Thank you.
White House press briefing has wrapped up there. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon. Now we want to get you inside this ceremony going on at Florida State University, where they are honoring former university president John Thrasher, who is also a former Florida House Speaker and state senator as well. These are family members. John Thrasher's wife spoke a moment ago. His daughter's now speaking. Let's go ahead and listen in as this ceremony continues live in Tallahassee.
You'd often find him reading his Bible in the quiet hours of the morning. He taught Sunday school and served as an elder in our church. His faith wasn't just something he spoke about, he lived it. It guided the way he led, the way he showed up for others, and the way he listened to all sides of whatever issues he's faced. His family was everything to him. He loved my mom, his blue jean. He was an adoring father and father-in-law, and a proud papa to his grandchildren. When I think about my dad, I'm flooded with so many memories, each one a reminder of how much fun we had together and how deeply he loved his family. Some of my sweetest moments were our daddy-daughter dates. Dad used to take me to David Copperfield shows when I was little. I'll always cherish our family vacations, especially in the North Georgia mountains, his happy place. But my biggest memories are my dad simply being there. No matter how busy life became, he was never too busy to listen, to talk, or to show up when it mattered most. One of my proudest memories came in the spring of 1998 when I graduated from Florida State, and I watched my dad give the commencement address. Seeing him speak to my classmates and me was such a gift. Dad poured his heart into causes he believed in. He championed legislation for individuals with unique abilities, work that was close to his heart because of his special bond with my oldest son, Mason. I'll always be grateful that he used his voice and his platform to make life better for our special needs community. Golf was another love of my dad's. We often called him Maddox's lucky charm. Maddox and his team always seemed to play better when my dad was present. And even if he wasn't there, he always wanted to know stroke by stroke, hole by hole analysis. And Merritt, Papa adored you. He never tired of your calls, whether you were talking golf, football, or history. And one of his proudest moments was the day you introduced him as the keynote speaker at your Veterans Day School event. If Papa were here, he would say to you guys, go make an A. Remember, nothing good happens after midnight. And his famous departing words, I'm glad you got to see me. Dad dedicated himself to education and gave back to his alma mater at every opportunity. Serving as president wasn't a job, it was a calling. He poured his heart into it, loved meeting students, the faculty, alumni, and often said leading FSU was the greatest honor of his life, one of the greatest honors of his life. He loved his Seminoles so much that when I told him I was dating my now husband, Mark, a UF grad, he said, Julie, I'd rather you date a Democrat than a Gator. My dad had a remarkable career, but to me, he was just Dad, a man who believed in me, pushed me to be my best, and never let a moment pass without reminding me how much he loved me. He taught me to listen more, to speak less, to read the Bible, and to be humble in success. I miss your voice, Dad, and our little text exchanges, especially our little how about them Gators when the Gators lost a game. Sorry to my UF family. I'll miss your fun banter with Mark and watching you play golf with the boys. Sweet Daddy, thank you for loving us so well. Thank you for being our rock. While we grieve this incredible loss, I know your legacy lives on. It lives in the house chambers that you and Mom so beautifully redecorated while you were speaker. It lives in the future doctors who walk through the John Thrasher building at the FSU Medical School. And it lives through your statue just outside these doors, a lasting reminder of your incredible impact as president. And mostly, your legacy lives through your family, friends, and the thousands of lives that you positively impacted. Until we meet again, I love you.
A little bit taller. Hi, everyone. I'm Ashley Williamson. I'm the oldest grandchild. First, I just want to say good afternoon. Thank you so much all for being here for all of us today. Each of you knows how deeply our Papa loved Tallahassee and the Florida State community. Being here surrounded by people who meant so much to him in a place that held such a special spot in his heart feels incredibly comforting. There's truly no better way or better people with whom or to honor and celebrate the beautiful life he lived. Papa Bear, where do I begin? Words cannot express what you mean to all of us. You have forever left an immeasurable legacy on everyone who had the honor of meeting you or being impacted by you. Papa, the most important life lesson you taught me is to always walk through life humbly and kindly. I promise to continue to live in your legacy through faith, family, and God. I will cherish every moment I can hold on to, from early childhood beach trips to St. Augustine, to 4th of July mountain trips in Sky Valley, Georgia, to Will, my brother, and I's first trip to New York City, to countless special moments in Tallahassee at FSU, including Chi Omega Bid Day, events and game days in the President's Box. But most of all, I will forever cherish 3 major milestones in my own life. First, graduating from FSU with you, my Papa, conferring my degree. Second, when you married me to my best friend and the love of my life, Matt. And third, lastly, when you got to watch Matt graduate from FSU College of Medicine on this very same stage. Papa always knew how to put the brightest smile on my face. Whether it was beating me for the millionth time at hot potato game, patiently giving me the same instructions every year for turkey dressing, which I still can't remember, singing Elvis Presley and playing his air guitar, or dancing with me at my wedding, or simply calling me by the nickname you gave me, Ashbug. One of the most valuable life lessons I learned from my Papa is to do your best and act your best. We all know that Papa treated every person he encountered with tremendous respect, kindness, and love. I strive to be better and more like you every day. Papa, I hope you're playing ball with Biscuit, who was our first family dog who you adored, and talking FSU football with Bobby Bowden in heaven right now. Hopefully good thoughts. I'll see you one day again, and in the meantime, I thank you for being my guardian angel. I would like to close with something Papa quoted at my wedding. It was simple but powerful. Love is patient and kind, and it never ends. And Papa, you were so right. You lived that kind of love. You were steady, patient, kind every single day. And even now, your love hasn't ended. It's still here with all of us. I love you pieces forever and always. And as you would finish any speech, go Knowles and God bless you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Walker Thrasher, one of the grandbabies, and today I want to honor the life of my Papa, John Thrasher. He was so much more than a grandfather. He was an example of what it means to live with purpose, passion, resilience, and strength. He was so much more. Papa dedicated his life to serving others, from his time in the United States Army to defend our great country, to his years in the Florida House of Representatives and Senate, and later his honor of being the 15th president of Florida State University. Through every role, he carried himself with integrity, wisdom, and an unwavering commitment to doing what was right in this life that we get to live. Yet beyond his public service and accomplishments, what made him so special was the man he was at home. He was a hardworking, humble, and deeply caring person He always put his family and friends first and led by example. He taught us the value of affection, kindness, and having faith in the good Lord above. Papa's legacy lives on not only in the institutions he helped shape, but also in the hearts of everyone who loved him. His influence will continue to guide my family and I for the rest of our lives. We miss him so, so dearly, but we are so grateful for the time we had and the lessons he instilled. Papa was truly one of a kind, and I will always be proud to call him my grandfather. Thank you again to everyone who came to honor him. We love you, Papa, and go Knowles.
Florida Live starts now.
Good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A busy day here, and want to let you know some of what we've got coming up in this next hour together live on Fox Local. First, I'm going to give you a look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera, and you can see those large breaking waves. The rough surf out there is thanks to Hurricane Erin, which is continuing to move, and after weakening, expected to strengthen potentially again to a major hurricane. So we will keep our eyes on that. Florida State University honoring former President John Thrasher, not only a former university president, also a longtime state lawmaker, former Florida Speaker of the House, former senator as well. We have, if you've been watching here on Fox Local Orlando, we've been taking you inside that ceremony for the past few minutes. We heard from Thrasher's wife a little bit ago. She had some touching remarks there, and we'll play those for you coming up a little bit later in the show. State CFO Blaise Ngolea has opened a DOJ audit in Palm Beach County, and they're specifically looking at DEI and green initiatives, among several other things. We heard from the CFO just a couple of minutes ago. We'll have those remarks for you coming up in a little bit. A deadly crash becoming a new immigration flashpoint. We are talking about that deadly U-turn that killed 3 people, and the driver believed to be in the United States illegally. And that is now pitted Florida against California in the immigration debate. We're going to talk about that with Kimberly Leonard in Politico. But we begin our show today with a new video showing the moments that Giovanni Pelletier was last seen. I want to bring in Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us with our Tampa connection here. And Nancy, kind of eye-opening to see some of the clips of video that the sheriff of Manatee County showed in a news conference earlier today.
Yeah, it was definitely eye-opening to see these videos. He did show 2 videos. Now, the first video shows a portion of the interstate, and it shows Giovanni Pelletier kind of running around and almost being hit by a car. Now, that video is a little bit difficult to see. As you can see on your screen here, it is very grainy, but you can kind of make out where Giovanni is running. They do have him highlighted in that circle right there. And if you can remember, Giovanni was riding in a car with his cousin and 2 of his cousin's friends when they said he started acting erratically. So they let him out of the car near I-75 and State Road 70. Now, this again is video of him running across the interstate. The sheriff did say that he was almost hit by a car. Now, the sheriff also showed another video this morning, and this video is believed to show some of the last moments of Giovanni's life. And in this video that was actually captured on a Lowe's home improvement surveillance camera, shows the embankment to the retention pond where Giovanni's body was found last Friday. It was about a week and a half ago that his body was found. And in that video, it shows Giovanni sprinting. The sheriff described it as him running almost uncontrollably, almost tumbling down this embankment toward that retention pond. And again, Giovanni's body was found in that retention pond about exactly 1 week after he disappeared. You can see the video there on your screen. That is Giovanni in the middle of that white circle. You can see him running, as the sheriff described, uncontrollably, kind of sprinting and almost tumbling down that embankment. The sheriff, Rick Wells, he did describe that embankment as being incredibly steep, and that embankment does lead to a retention pond where Giovanni's body was ultimately found. Now, Sheriff Wells, he wants to make it very clear in this video that Giovanni is by himself. He is seen running alone. He said that the teen was not being chased by anyone, and that the car he had been riding in, that white Chevy Malibu he was riding in with his cousin and 2 of his cousin's friends, was about 2 miles away when that video was taken.
No one in this area with Giovanni. There's no one that's chasing him. He's by himself. Now, what we don't know is what happened when he hit that pond. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. So the death is undetermined. So we know that we don't have anyone that comes down that embankment after him. They don't They don't look for him. He's there, we believe, until he was located by the family friend on Friday, the 8th. We really don't know what happened once he got into the pond.
Now, also during this morning's press conference, Sheriff Rick Wells, he also described what was going on in the hours before Giovanni disappeared. He did disappear in the early morning hours of August 1st. Now, on July 31st, the sheriff said that Giovanni was texting his cousin who lived out in Brevard County. Now, even though the two were cousins, they had never met in person before. And the sheriff said that Giovanni and his cousin were texting back and forth on July 31st about smoking marijuana. The cousin was coming over from Brevard County to pick up Giovanni, who was visiting from North Carolina. He was visiting Charlotte County. So the cousin and his two friends were driving over from Brevard County. Their goal was to pick up Giovanni in Charlotte County and take him back to Brevard County so he could have some time visiting with other relatives. Now, again, the sheriff said that Giovanni and his cousin were texting back and forth about marijuana. He said that Giovanni had texted his cousin that he hadn't smoked in a while because of a court case that was going on in North Carolina, but he really wanted to smoke. Now, once that cousin picked Giovanni up, again, this was sometime after 1 o'clock in the morning on Friday, August 1st, Giovanni's in the car with his cousin and his two friends, and they said that all 4 people in that car started smoking marijuana, and shortly afterward, about 25 minutes afterwards, the other guys in the car described Giovanni as tripping. They said that the driver pulled over to the side of I-75 so Giovanni could get out and go to the bathroom, and that's when Pelletier's cousin said he was acting out. They actually described him as raging. They said Giovanni was raging before he got back into that car, and then once all 4 were back inside that car, they continued going north on I-75. And shortly before 2 a.m. at 1:55, the sheriff said that Pelletier sent his mother a text message that said help. And 1 minute later, he sent his mother another text message that said helped, followed by the word me. Now, another person in the car said that while Giovanni was tripping, Giovanni said that he was a demon and he planned on wrecking that car. The people inside that vehicle also told investigators that Giovanni said he would kill them, and that's when he opened the door while the car was still moving, and that's why the boys inside that vehicle said that they let Giovanni out on I-75 near State Road 70. They said that at that point in time, once he was out of the car, Giovanni started running down the southbound lanes and into the northbound lanes of I-75. You can see that video there on your screen, and he almost got hit by a truck. Now, Sheriff Wells said that Giovanni, they left his backpack and his cell phone on the side of the road, and the people in the car actually took the cell phone in the backpack, they put it on the side of the road, and they took off. Now, on our social media pages, this story is getting a lot of attention, and a lot of people are commenting, asking why the boys in that vehicle did not call 911. We really don't have an answer to that, why they did not call 911, but they did make a call. His cousin did call Giovanni's mother several times. At first, he wasn't able to get a hold of her, but eventually, later on that morning, he was able to get a hold of Giovanni's mother, and she is the one who contacted 911.
At 2:26 a.m., Latrell calls his grandfather to let the grandfather know that Giovanni got out of the car. At 2:27, Latrell calls Bridget, Giovanni's mother, but there's no answer. We know that they continue northbound on I-75. We have them stopping at the Flying J truck stop in Hillsborough County off of I-4, and you can tell by their phones that they eventually make it home to Brevard County. At approximately 6:50 a.m., Latrell calls Bridget again. She answers, and he gives her the information on what transpired that night. At 7:13, Bridget calls the Manatee County Sheriff's Office to look for Giovanni on I-75. She says, from the 911 call that we collected, I received some missed calls from my son this morning. He was being picked up by a relative, and I was told that they left him on the side of the highway. That there was some type of an altercation and a knife was involved. She asked if a deputy could do a wellness check and make sure that he's okay. The dispatcher responds, you mentioned a possible altercation, but can you tell me again exactly what happened? She states, so I'm getting this from people who were there. He said they were in the car, and I guess they had given my son some weed, and my son doesn't normally do any drugs. I guess they had given him some weed, and then he started to freak out and said he wanted to get out of the car. And they were like, hey, just calm down, thinking maybe it was the drugs he was taking. They kept saying, calm down, and everything will be okay. And then I guess he got out of the car to go to the bathroom, and that's when I received the text saying, Mom, help, in that time frame, she said. And then he said that he continued to freak out and didn't know what was going on. They left him behind on I-75. Bridget is heading northbound on I-75 to try to locate her son. A deputy responds to that area, but finds no pedestrian on the interstate. At 7:21, a truck driver who was checking the load on his truck, it's a sod truck, pulls off in that same area on the east side of I-75, northbound, sees the backpack, picks it up. He travels to Tampa with the backpack. Bridget sees that the phone is moving, but does not know that it's a truck driver that actually has the bag and has the phone. She eventually calls Tampa PD, and an officer responds to the area where the truck driver was doing some work, recovers the cell phone and the bag. This is about 9:21 when TPD recovers the phone and the bag. At 9:28, Charlotte County Sheriff's Office opened a missing person case. And we also learned that Charlotte County reached out to Brevard County Sheriff's Office, and they were instrumental in interviewing all the passengers in the vehicle and as this investigation unfolded.
And right after they took that car, the boys who were in that car voluntarily gave it to the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. And Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey, I believe this was on August 8th, he put out a statement saying that there was no evidence that a crime took place inside that vehicle, and said there was no evidence of foul play. Again, Giovanni, his cousin, and his cousin's friends, they were all headed back to Brevard County so Giovanni could spend time with relatives on the east coast of Florida. And the sheriff stressed that in addition to Sheriff Wayne Ivey saying there was no sign that a crime took place in that car, Sheriff Rick Wells of Manatee County stressed that the three men who were inside that vehicle with Giovanni all voluntarily gave interviews, and they all kept their story consistent. That's what Sheriff Wells said, that they all had the same story. Their story never wavered. And in addition to voluntarily being interviewed, he said that they all came back over to Manatee County to show investigators exactly where they dropped Giovanni off in the early morning hours of August 1st. He said that they were all very helpful, and the family friend, there was a family friend who was also searching for Giovanni, and that family friend did find his body around 3 or 3:15 on August 8th inside that retention pond. And the sheriff wanted to stress that there was no indication of foul play on Giovanni's body. He said that's coming from the medical examiner, who said there was no evidence that Giovanni had been shot or stabbed. So the question still remains, how exactly did Giovanni die? As of this moment, the medical examiner has not determined the exact cause of death. And another thing that did come up today was the toxicology reports, and Sheriff Rick Wells says they are still waiting for information from those toxicology reports, but did say that it could take up to 2 months to get those results. Garrett?
Yeah, still some questions, that is for sure. But I will tell you what, this was a very extensive and thorough kind of timeline and picture that was painted today that really helped fill in a lot of those gaps that we had before and a lot of the questions that had kind of persisted over the past few weeks.
Yeah, it definitely helped fill in a lot of those gaps, like why did they let him out of the car? There was some suspicion initially that there could have been drugs involved, but the sheriff today, he did kind of confirm that everybody in that car was smoking marijuana before Giovanni started with the boys. Initially said that he started acting erratic before they pulled over and let him out. So it definitely paints much bigger picture of what was taking place, what took place before he disappeared, and then also what took place moments before he went into that retention pond.
Yeah, Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay. We appreciate you breaking all that down for us in our Tampa connection here.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. This afternoon, the suspect accused in this deadly crash that was caused by an illegal U-turn on Florida's Turnpike is due in court in California. He's facing possible extradition here to Florida to face charges and also possible deportation because officials say he is in the country illegally, and that has created a new flashpoint in the battle of immigration. And joining us now to break down this story and its implications here is Kimberly Leonard, who is a political reporter and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter and a weekly guest here on our Florida Live program. And Kimberly, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
Yeah, happy to be here.
So interesting reporting in Playbook today about how this crash, this tragedy, has really kind of created this battle between Florida and California over this issue of immigration.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, top officials in Florida, Republicans, really enjoy this contrast between California and Florida. They talk about it a lot. And the latest sort of battlefront is over illegal immigration. The particulars of the case are complicated and more complicated than officials make them sound. But essentially, the person who had been driving the car was an Indian national. He had apparently been granted asylum in the U.S. and was awaiting his court hearing. But in the meantime, under the Biden administration, say the Department of Homeland Security, he had received a work permit to then obtain a commercial driver's license in California. Now, Florida has a lot of restrictions on licenses for people who are undocumented, but it doesn't quite go that far. If you were to have a work permit in Florida, you'd also be able to obtain one. But California does allow people who are undocumented to obtain regular licenses as well. And so it has become, you know, just without getting into kind of the particular back and forth, it has become this area where now the DeSantis administration is blaming, you know, California for what has happened. The White House is blaming California. They also like the contrast because Governor Gavin Newsom over there is already fighting with them over redistricting. And so they are blaming that state for what they say is essentially a too permissive law when it comes to illegal immigration and some of the benefits that people receive even when they're undocumented. And so we've heard from Uthmeier on it, who's our state attorney general. We've heard from Senator Ashley Moody. The campaign arm for Republicans, for House Republicans, has also talked about it, essentially trying to tie this accident to all Democratic House members who voted against stricter restrictions on immigration. And so it's a story that, you know, the accident, the tragedy happened last week, but this week it has really hit a fever pitch in terms of the debate over this issue, which a lot of voters say is important to them.
Yeah, you say that that Florida and Republicans like drawing this contrast between Florida and California, and specifically the contrast over this immigration issue. Why is that?
Well, they like to draw the contrast over anything in California, to be honest. If you recall, during the presidential campaign, Governor Ron DeSantis debated Gavin Newsom, which on Fox News, which was great television. Both of them looked like they were actually having a great time debating each other. Look, we're the biggest conservative state, and California is the biggest liberal state in the country, and so that really becomes a big, I guess you could say Texas too, but in terms of kind of the big personalities and the people who lead the state, that ends up being an area where, not just immigration, but they were also, talking about gas prices. They were also talking about how each state deals with natural disasters. They talk about, how each state deals with LGBTQ issues, the environment. And so the two states, it's not just Florida that enjoys it, it's California as well. And it just represents two, I would say, battlegrounds that are happening in this country writ large. And these are kind of just the biggest examples of those fights between liberals and conservatives.
Let's talk about Alligator Alcatraz, because there have been more developments this week in the ongoing legal battles.
Yes, there are multiple lawsuits on Alligator Alcatraz, and I have been sitting through two of those. Now, the first one did have a ruling issued late last night, and what happened was, I guess you could say, kind of anticlimactic, but it had to do with a lawsuit over detainees who say that they have been unable to get in touch with their attorneys, and when they do, that the conversations with attorneys are not confidential, and they want a judge who will essentially come in and say, here are the rules of the road that you have to follow when it comes to due process. The judge overseeing the case, Judge Ruiz, down here in Miami, ended up giving the case to the Central Florida District, because it's sort of complicated, but the actual airstrip where Alligator Alcatraz is located is actually in Collier County, which is a neighboring county to Miami-Dade, even though the airstrip was being managed by Miami-Dade County. So it's kind of this gray area. So he punted a decision over what to do regarding due process to a judge that takes it up there. We are also awaiting a second case that has to do with environmental law. They are asking Judge Williams, who is also here in Miami, who's an Obama appointee, to essentially stop operations at Alligator Alcatraz, because they say that environmental laws were broken when the facility quickly got set up. And I don't want to prejudge, but based on the way that she was speaking, she did seem sympathetic to the environmental argument. And so she promised to rule as soon as Thursday in that case. So there could be a pause to operations. The governor has said he would appeal it. But in the meantime, the state has set up a backup plan in North Florida where they're basically putting an abandoned prison back into operation in North Florida. So that place will also serve as another area of detainment and deportation.
Yeah, these, I mean, you mentioned spending a lot of time in court. These hearings have been happening, I mean, just about every day, it seems like, for these multiple different lawsuits.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a lot. The environmental one was very complicated. You know, they had to really go through the argument for why they were concerned about endangered species, why the environment would really suffer from runoff if there are too many people out there. And so going through and explaining everything with all the different experts, they didn't even end up calling all the witnesses that they initially had planned on doing, neither the defense nor the plaintiffs. And so that alone took 4 different days spread across a couple of weeks. And even if a decision is rendered, you know, let's say tomorrow or the day after, it's going to go to the appeals court. And so that means that this will go on for a while.
Meanwhile, the conversation over redistricting is also continuing here in Florida as developments also happen in Texas and California. But you've been reporting on this push and this conversation here in Florida as well.
Yeah, and my colleague Gary Fineout has also done amazing reporting on that, especially. He talked to Al Lawson, who essentially had his seat wiped out through redistricting and faced a lot of different lawsuits and trying to get it back, but ended up, you know, not being successful. And actually now he's thinking about running for governor, so that may be his next avenue. But Republicans in Florida are definitely supportive of the idea of, you know, doing a new census and then redistricting, possibly getting 1 or 2 more seats in Florida, which of course, you know, allows Florida again to say that it's sort of leading the way in the conservative movement, because they want to say, well, we can help Republicans maintain a majority, because, you know, the state is majority Republican registration right now. And it also depends how they, you know, cut up the map and things like that. But this is something that, you know, for everything I can tell, every leader, we haven't heard from the Senate president exactly on how he wants to move forward on this, but the State House is going to be setting up a commission to look at it. And so this is very much, you know, going to be something that in the coming weeks and months that Florida will be talking a lot about.
What's next, Kimberly, before we let you go? What should we be keeping an eye on this week in Florida politics?
More Florida leadership, I guess you could say. Joe Gruters, who's a state senator, had been running for chief financial officer, is sort of the lone candidate to lead the Republican National Committee, and he is going to get most likely voted in this Friday. So once again, Florida sees a lot of leaders coming in to, you know, the Trump administration, the national conservative movement, and, you know, Joe Gruters will end up traveling all over the U.S. as you know, Republicans try to hang on to their U.S. House and Senate majority. And so he, you know, has been a Trump guy for way before it was cool. And so we expect to see him a lot in the national coverage in the next couple weeks.
Politico reporter Kimberly Leonard and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. Always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thanks so much.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with more Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. State CFO Blaise Ngolea was in West Palm today talking about opening a DOJ audit of Palm Beach County. They're looking at a few specific things, including DEI and green initiatives, but he also outlined a number of other things they'll be looking for as they dig through the paperwork for spending in Palm Beach County.
Our DOJ teams have been working with Palm Beach County. We are identifying things. Just to tell you some of the things that we're looking at, in addition to what you've seen on the paperwork where we sent out looking for, we are also looking at the level of government contracts. We're trying to see, are they trying to escape procurement laws? This isn't just Palm Beach County. This is everywhere that we're going. We're trying to see how much the average person in the county makes as compared to average local governments. I think that's an important metric. We're trying to see how much money they have socked away in reserve funds. So all of this builds up to the point where we think that local governments have room to cut. Now, whenever you're talking about cutting property taxes, the first, there's like a reflex from local governments saying that you can't cut, we're already to the bone. I'm going to tell you right now that that's not the case. So let's go back and look at COVID money that came in. COVID money came down from the federal government. It came through the state and some of it directly to local governments. What local governments did with that COVID money is they started expanding government programs, adding government programs, and a lot of them started giving away, I would say, egregious raises to government employees, which put it out of sync with the private sector. Now, local governments knew that that money was going to end, the gravy train was going to stop, but a funny thing happened. The property value started increasing in the state of Florida. You had more property tax revenue come in, and local government said, hey, we don't have to do away with these programs. We can continue funding these programs. We can expand them, and we can add even more programs. Well, the problem with that is that you got to the level where property taxes started becoming a very big issue in the state of Florida. So our job is to shine the light on government spending, not all of the government spending. I want to set up expectations. We're going to pick out some egregious examples of what your local government is spending on and then arm people with that information. These audits are not going to go away. If it warrants, we will come back to every county 2, 3, 4 times if we have to. I, as CFO, I am committed to making sure that we're holding local governments accountable when it comes to fiscal responsibility. I have broad constitutional authority to audit. As long as I am in this position, I'm going to look at local governments and continue holding them accountable. So with that, more than happy to answer any of your questions that you have.
Your team came in yesterday. At this point, have we identified anything here in Palm Beach County already? I know you're specifically talking about some government positions. Could you identify some of those?
So we are not going to identify them now, but I just had a brief with the team. They have identified some things, some area of opportunities here in Palm Beach County, some things that, quite frankly, when I heard it, were a little eye-popping. I don't think that the voters in Palm Beach County would agree that that's probably the best use of taxpayer dollars. But we're going to have that all outlined in a report when the report comes out. Reports are going to come out around 60 days after we're done with our review. And the idea of the report is to, again, arm voters with the information and then start looking at certain counties and how they spend, because there are defensive measures that we can put in place to make sure that we hold them accountable. The biggest defensive measure is to put a constitutional amendment on the ballot and the voters can vote for property tax relief. That's a big thing. But if we find a county wasting money, spending money willy-nilly, and they're not being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, then my personal belief is they shouldn't go to the state and ask us for an appropriation. If you've already proven you cannot manage the money that you have now efficiently, don't ask the state for additional money so you can mismanage that.
Could you list some of the government positions you're looking into at this point?
We're looking at every government position. Every government position we're looking at a history of raises, how much raises have gone out, but making sure that they also prioritizing law enforcement.
This was his way of lobbying for the abundance of line items that were designated to John Thrasher, half of which probably were FSU related. It's also related to the guy who nicknamed me Vito Corleone. So in 1999, FSU won the national championship in football, and the university had a victory celebration. I remember it well. It was a cold, crisp Saturday morning in early January, and John invited me to come celebrate. Being from Miami, I literally only had 2 sweaters up here in Tallahassee. And I show up, show you how oblivious I might have been at the time, showed up wearing a gator blue one. I know, pretty stupid. So John tells me I have 2 choices. I can go out in the field wearing my completely inappropriate sweater and get booed or perhaps worse, or we can go into the locker room and get anything we could find in garnet and gold. Thankfully, I chose the latter. And for the next 20 years, my friend loved bringing up this story, and always he ended it with his trademark booming laugh. You know, as I get older and I look out, and one thing I know for sure is that 10 years ago we were 10 years younger, and 10 years from now, hope God willing, we'll all be 10 years older. As you get older and you start going to more funerals or celebrations of life than baptisms and weddings, and the passing of friends and loved ones makes you think a little bit more about what's important in life. At least it does for me. And for the younger folks out there today that are watching on the Florida channel and here today, I have some Thrasher-like advice, if you don't mind. Strive to have a servant's heart in all that you do. No matter your vocation, serving others will give you give your life much more purpose and meaning than you can imagine. Be like John Thrasher. Be humble. Humility means sharing credit, serving without accolades, staying grounded when successful, and learning from the inevitable failures of life. Strive to be like John Thrasher. Cherish your friendships. Don't neglect them. Be like John Thrasher. Family will give you the greatest joy. Work hard at being a great spouse and parent. The return on that consistent work is infinite. John loved his Jean with his heart and soul, and the pride he had in Jennifer, John, and Julie was so evident. By the way, the rewards of family really kick in when you become a papa. Be like John Thrasher. Finally, I hope you guys find solace and strength in the in securing an abiding spiritual faith at some time in your life. I'm comforted in knowing that John has accepted Jesus as his Savior, and that he's in heaven to reunite with us at a later date. I look forward to that day. I'm sure he will tell me about that darn blue sweater story one more time. I love you, my friend.
Former Florida Governor Jeb Bush honoring his friend and colleague John Thrasher, the Florida Speaker of the House at one point, a state senator, the president of the university, or the Florida State University as well, honored and remembered for his life of public service and his legacy in that celebration of life that is continuing right now in Tallahassee. Well, from one former Florida governor to the current governor of the state, Governor Ron DeSantis today in Osceola County announcing filing a lawsuit against 2 textbook companies saying that they are overcharging Florida schools, and the civil penalties for those companies could come close to $100 million. Here's some of that news conference earlier today. Governor DeSantis and the Attorney General in St. Cloud.
We're announcing that we're taking action against 2 major textbook publishers that have been exploiting our school districts at the expense of our taxpayers and at the expense of our students. Through a whistleblower complaint filed with the Attorney General's office, the state of Florida has learned that some of our school districts were being overcharged by millions of dollars for these instructional materials. Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer took immediate action, and he has led the state filing a lawsuit against McGraw-Hill and Savvis Learning for violating state law and taking away valuable resources from Florida schools. When textbook publishers apply to be placed in the state's adopted textbook list, they agree in writing to automatically reduce the price of instructional materials to the district school board to match reductions that have been made in other places throughout the United States of America. And that was not being done by these 2 textbook companies. The complaint filed by the Attorney General states that there have been at least 5,900 instances of overcharges by these textbook publishers. One example, right here in Osceola County School District, overcharge of more than $279,000. Now, with treble damages available, not including civil penalties or the attorney's fees and court costs, that amounts to Savas Learning having a potential liability of more than $837,000 in damages for just one textbook sold to one school district in just 1 year. Another example is one book title that was sold at a discount to Miami-Dade Public Schools, but sold at higher prices in 9 other Florida school districts. The aggregate overcharge totals more than $250,000. So this is a clear indication that Florida law was not being followed by either McGraw-Hill or Savas Learning. The civil penalties for this alleged textbook fraud could amount to between $37.5 million and $60.5 million between the two publishers. And so this is something that's significant. It's something that those resources should be going to the school districts, to the teachers, and doing ways that are going to be productive, not to pad the profits of textbook companies who are not following the letter of the law. So
today is a textbook case of corporate greed, companies trying to make a profit at the expense of students and our taxpayers. And in our Office of Attorney General, we're not going to let them get away with it. We're going to hold them accountable. We're going to go after civil penalties and treble damages and recoup money to help our students and to give it back to our taxpayers. These two companies, McGraw-Hill and Savas, they got discounts as they cut deals in other places, and they saved money. Unfortunately for them, Florida law requires the lowest price to be given to our school systems. They did not do that, so we have sued them, and we will hold them accountable. You know, at the end of the day, everything has to be about our students. Our office opened up the first Office of Parental Rights in the country. We're talking to other states to hopefully help them follow suit. And through a portal that we created, we've received complaints. Complaints where parents believe their parental rights are being violated. Florida was the first state in the country to pass into law broad parental rights protections, and we're going to enforce them. We've received complaints where, you know, parents are aware of harmful sexual pornographic content in schools. We've fought back, and everywhere where we have brought that fight, we have succeeded in getting that harmful material out of the classrooms. We've received complaints about so-called treatments, counseling, medical provisions being given to students without parental knowledge. This is wrong. We're not going to tolerate it, and we're going to stand in the way. You know, it's frustrated me as I travel the state. I hear public school system administrators and some of the union bosses complaining about their declining school numbers. But at the end of the day, these are the same individuals that want to push these harmful ideologies in the schools. And families are moving with their feet. They're taking advantage of vouchers. They're choosing charter schools. They're choosing private options with a focus on good education. They do not want the sexualized ideology. They want math. They want science. They want the basic skills. They're going to help raise their kids to be successful and good citizens. So to the public school systems, I say, you know, I hope we can save you. I really do. But it will be because you choose education. You choose students over woke ideology. So to textbook companies, we're going to be watching. Our office will be working with Commissioner Kamoutsas to make sure all contractors and companies are doing the best they can to help Florida students. Thank you.
Today we're here about...
We'll be right back here on Florida Live, so keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. We're just days away from the summer NASCAR race weekend at Daytona International Speedway. On Friday night is the Xfinity Series race, the Wawa 250, and on Saturday night, the Cup Series race. It's the Coke Zero Sugar 400, and it is the final race of the regular season. Earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, I had the chance to speak with NASCAR Cup Series race car driver William Byron, who has won the last two Daytona 500s as well, had a lot of success at Daytona, and we talked about this week's race. You locked up the regular season championship over the weekend in Richmond. So how does that feel to be in that position going into this last regular season race?
Yeah, I appreciate it. It feels good to go to Daytona and not have a lot of pressure. So looking forward to getting down there and trying to get another win at Daytona would be awesome. And we're definitely going to be pushing hard for that.
Yeah, does that, having the regular season championship locked up, does that change the strategy at all going into this race on Saturday?
I think for us, it doesn't change much. Just try to go out there and compete for a race win. We don't have to worry too much about points. So just trying to get stage wins and put ourselves in a position to go grab those. But it's, it doesn't change much for us.
Daytona is a track that you have had a lot of success at. We're showing some of that video, back-to-back Daytona 500s. Why do you think you've had so much success at Daytona?
I don't know, honestly. I feel like we've always been fast at Daytona. It's just the results have started to go our way the past couple of years. So it just feels great to be in a position to capitalize on those results, and it's been great to us in the last couple of Februarys for sure.
How is the track different during the daytime and at night? We know this is a night race. The Daytona 500 is an afternoon race, or at least starts in the afternoon. How is the track at Daytona different from an afternoon race to a night race?
I feel like at night it just grips up a little bit more. It has more grip and speed, so you're just see more aggressive moves. I think this race is always really aggressive in the summertime. Everyone's trying to get into the playoffs. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty wild on Saturday night.
Yeah, what do you expect to see on the track on Saturday night?
Expect to see big blocks and definitely aggressive moves. So, I think when you get down to the last 20 laps of the race, it's going to be crazy, the aggression level.
Do you like afternoon races or night races better? As a driver, I'm just curious about what that, what that kind of difference is like, and which you prefer, or if you have a preference.
I personally love the night races. I think we could stand to have a few more. I feel like it's the cars look really good under the lights. I thought Richmond looked great on TV. I watched it back this yesterday. So it just, I think those races are really exciting for the fans, and especially in the summertime when it's warmer.
Yeah, no doubt about that, especially here in Florida. I agree, though. I love the night races. I think they're a lot of fun. You had a tough stretch for a little bit this summer. How do you turn that around as you get ready for the playoffs now?
I think we've been on that path. We've been running well, and just excited to get going at Darlington. Think ready to get going.
Yeah. What are your goals for this season as far as lining yourself up for a championship?
I think it just takes something a little different every round of the playoffs. So try to start out good at Darlington, be fast and up front there. Try to win a few stages, and then just keep progressing through the rounds.
What are you most looking forward to this weekend in Daytona, William?
Honestly, just looking forward to getting back there, seeing our Daytona 500 car. That'll be really cool to get a snapshot of, and then yeah, just looking forward to the race. I think you guys are in for a good exciting weekend.
It should be something to look forward to. Again, it is a big weekend of racing at Daytona International Speedway. The Xfinity Series race on Friday. And the Cup Series race on Saturday. Well, that's going to do it for us here on Florida Live on what has been a busy Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We appreciate you joining us here. We are here weekdays at 2 o'clock, 2 to 3 o'clock. Here on Fox Local, and we also have a lot of news streaming outside of those times as it warrants. Today is certainly one of those days. Well, we appreciate you joining us. As we wrap up here, I'm going to give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera, and you can see those rough waves and that rough surf courtesy Hurricane Erin. Thanks for joining us. We will see you back here tomorrow.
Florida Live starts now.
Good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A busy day here, and want to let you know some of what we've got coming up in this next hour together live on Fox Local. First, I'm going to give you a look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera, and you can see those large breaking waves. The rough surf out there is thanks to Hurricane Erin, which is continuing to move, and after weakening, expected to strengthen potentially again to a major hurricane. So we will keep our eyes on that. Florida State University honoring former President John Thrasher, not only a former university president, also a longtime state lawmaker, former Florida Speaker of the House, former senator as well. We have, if you've been watching here on Fox Local Orlando, we've been taking you inside that ceremony for the past few minutes. We heard from Thrasher's wife a little bit ago. She had some touching remarks there, and we'll play those for you coming up a little bit later in the show. State CFO Blaise Ngolia has opened a DOJ audit in Palm Beach County, and they're specifically looking at DEI and green initiatives, among several other things. We heard from the CFO just a couple of minutes ago. We'll have those remarks for you coming up in a little bit. A deadly crash becoming a new immigration flashpoint. We are talking about that deadly U-turn that killed 3 people, and the driver believed to be in the United States illegally. That is now pitted Florida against California in the immigration debate. We're going to talk about that with Kimberly Leonard in Politico. But we begin our show today with a new video showing the moments that Giovanni Pelletier was last seen. I want to bring in Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us with our Tampa connection here. And Nancy, kind of eye-opening to see some of the clips of video that the sheriff of Manatee County showed in a news conference earlier today.
Yeah, it was definitely eye-opening to see these videos. He did show 2 videos. Now, the first video shows a portion of the interstate, and it shows Giovanni Pelletier kind of running around and almost being hit by a car. Now, that video is a little bit difficult to see. As you can see on your screen here, it is very grainy, but you can kind of make out where Giovanni is running. They do have him highlighted in that circle right there. And if you can remember, Giovanni was riding in a car with his cousin and 2 of his cousin's friends when they said he started acting erratically. So they let him out of the car near I-75 and State Road 70. Now, this again is video of him running across the interstate. The sheriff did say that he was almost hit by a car. Now, the sheriff also showed another video this morning, and this video is believed to show some of the last moments of Giovanni's life. And in this video that was actually captured on a Lowe's home improvement surveillance camera, shows the embankment to the retention pond where Giovanni's body was found last Friday. It was about a week and a half ago that his body was found. And in that video, it shows Giovanni sprinting. The sheriff described it as him running almost uncontrollably, almost tumbling down this embankment toward that retention pond. And again, Giovanni's body was found in that retention pond about exactly 1 week after he disappeared. You can see the video there on your screen. That is Giovanni in the middle of that white circle. You can see him running, as the sheriff described, uncontrollably, kind of sprinting and almost tumbling down that embankment. The sheriff, Rick Wells, he did describe that embankment as being incredibly steep, and that embankment does lead to a retention pond where Giovanni's body was ultimately found. Now, Sheriff Wells, he wants to make it very clear in this video that Giovanni is by himself. He is seen running alone. He said that the teen was not being chased by anyone, and that the car he had been riding in, that white Chevy